Good morning, friends. How's everyone doing? I gotta turn this up all the way. There we go. That's better. Okay, hi friends. Welcome back to another wonderful weekend of cooking. I hope everyone had a good week, is rested, is healthy, had some good foods during the week. Hello, dongs. Hello, bonk. Went by super quick again for us, but we do have Sammy with us today, so that's exciting. That's his week off, so every second Friday we'll have him with us. Always a good thing. He actually did our grocery shopping yesterday or this morning for us, so thank you, Sammy. Okay, I'm still working on my coffee, guys. Not gonna lie, taking me a little bit to wake up this morning, but yeah, maybe it's because we haven't seen the sun in unknown amount of days. It's like, wow, this gray landscape is really taking a toll here. So cheers, friends, if you're at the same point where I'm at. Yeah, coffee stutters incoming, Daff. Okay, I was just reading through. Okay, so Bonk was first. Wonderful. Hello, Lily Pad. Good questions this morning on the rice already. And yeah, please don't feel like you don't know a lot because yeah, most people can't even make pulled pork and fries. So kudos to you, honestly. And yeah, we're just all here to learn together. So please never feel like you're not good enough because that's not even a thing. Daff is making, yeah, something so like fancy sounding, ahi de galena. I'll have to pop into Chef Bab's stream tonight to watch him make it because I'm guessing you're using, what, is it ahi amarillo in it, Daff? That's like the special pepper, right? And hi, Speed. I saw your little status update this morning, so I just want to send some good vibes over to your fam. I know that you were asking for those, so hope all is well over there, man. And Dizzy Jerk Chicken sounds unreal. Good morning, Manitoban. Hope you're well. Okay, I think I caught up. Hi, Paloozer. You woke up like 3 times this morning. You're ahead of the game. I need to get there. But I did, I slept in till 6:30 a.m. this morning, guys. I slept in. So that's maybe where we're at too. Hi, My Drops. Good to see you. Hi, Chef Babs. Yeah, I come in and I hear my name. Isn't that always like the funniest thing on Twitch? I love popping in at that moment. We were just talking about what you're making tonight, man. Daff was letting us know that you're making the same dish that he's making for dinner tonight. Ahi de galena. I hope I'm saying that right. Yeah, you've been summoned. Slept in? I know, Bonk. Well, I didn't have a ton of like dishes to do this morning and not a ton of cleaning, so I was like, I'm sleeping in until 6:30. I don't have to get up at 5. Good to go. Okay, Lilypad, speaking of not being good enough, I'd love to learn how to brine a corned beef to make sandwiches, but alas, that's a bit too advanced for me. We have done that before on stream, and honestly, it's not hard. It just takes time. That is the hardest part, is waiting. Other than that, though, it doesn't like require any fancy ingredients or anything like that. So you know what, Lilypad, if you want to send me a message on like Discord or a whisper on Twitch, we can definitely talk about the corned beef together, and we can send you a recipe over. Or we'll do it on a future stream for sure. But we typically do it a little bit different. So instead of corned beef, we don't want to go through like the whole steaming process. We make Montreal smoked meat instead because we find it's a little bit easier, I guess, even than that. Ahi equals fish, Dong said. Galena equals chicken. They are making a chico fish. Oh man, Speed. Your mother-in-law has COVID with a severe lung infection. They're talking about putting her into a coma and putting her on a breathing machine. My dude, I'm so sorry to hear that. Yes, like luckily we have not known anyone that contracted the disease, but sending all the good vibes your way, Speed, because that is not anything to joke about. Like that is a very serious matter. No one can see her, so she's alone. Yeah, that's also the hardest part about all of this is it's not like the family can go in and support those people that are sick. Almost makes it harder for them to get better. They don't get all the love that they typically do, right? Hello, powdered toast. Yeah, Thai green curry. Okay, let's get into it. Yeah, more bad COVID news. We hate it, right? But thank you for letting us know because, yeah, hopefully our good vibes will help your mother-in-law too. You're welcome, man. You deserve it. Okay, let's get into what's going down today. So you guys all saw the title there. We're making a Thai green curry. My absolute favorite, I think, out of all Thai curries. Although, a massaman curry is pretty good, guys, with the peanuts and the potatoes and like the cinnamon and star anise. Those are definitely my two favorites. So I think a green curry, though, is kind of better in the summertime. It's a little bit lighter. And then typically I make like the heavier massaman curry in the wintertime. Yeah, it has a lot of pepper and onions. We are going to be making our own green curry paste today as well. Very important, I think, to be able to use those fresh ingredients, is you'll just get a more vibrant flavor from it. Happy Friday, Cookie. Thank you so much. Subscribing at tier 2. One of our only, actually, 2 people. So thank you very much for that. 16 months in a row. I hope you are well, Cookie. Not working too hard. And staying safe and healthy as always. Hello, Free with $5. You're new here. Welcome in. You don't cook. You just like watching cooking streams. Well, hey. I mean, this is kind of a place for everyone. We got all sorts of people in here. We're a pretty awesome misfit crew, I would say. And yeah, the one thing that does bring us all together is food. Whether you cook or just like to eat, it's a thing that we all need. So thank you for that follow and welcome in. Okay, so Thai green curry. This is a dish that we've actually made quite a few times on stream. We always come back to it, and I feel like every time I make it, it ends up getting better and better every time. It doesn't get enough hype for sure, man. And then the only other thing I'll say is you can really decide how spicy you want it to be. That's the other fun part, is for the most part, if you guys go out to eat Thai food, they will probably blast your face off if they're like super traditional in cooking, because Thai food is probably the spiciest food I've ever eaten in my life. Daff, can you do nothing? Nope. Thank you very much, man. Subscribing for 2 months, although we all know it's been much longer than that. RIP, old username. Thank you, man. And I hope that your dinner turns out well for you today. You had Thai food in Red Deer. It was good. What did you guys get, Manitoban? Yeah, RIP, old name. Thai food is not a joke. The little bird peppers are hot, whether they're green or red, right, Bong? That is very true, Speed. Yeah, it's such a different spice, though, versus, like, Mexican. Terrifying. Okay, so we have a little bit of history to go over, and then we'll go over the recipes that are linked. We have actually 4 recipes linked today, quite a bit, but the first 2 are the green curry recipe and the curry paste, which is very important. And then after we have our lunch, we're gonna do a little bit of prep for tomorrow's food for friends. So we're gonna get our bolognese sauce going because it does take quite a bit of time to reduce it and make it proper. I felt like I didn't want to be rushing tomorrow to get like the perfect bolo. And yeah, it's not something that you can rush, right? Perfection isn't rushed. So we got that to go down, and then also making up some more sourdough ciabatta for tomorrow because we got garlic bread going down with our lasagna. So bolognese for the lasagna, and then our ciabatta dough for the garlic bread tomorrow. Speed, yeah, what happened to my sub? Oh, there it is. Manitoban, you guys had some kind of yellow curry, a veggie beef stir fry, and a noodle dish. You can't remember the names. Was spicy, but not over the top. That's good. Yeah, I like kind of middle of the road, let's say, where it's like a nice kind of heat on the palate, but you can also still taste all of the flavors that you should be tasting. Thank you, Speed, for the 9 months. Oh my gosh, we got a Twitch baby. Even though in real life you do have a quick growing child over there, I'm sure. Sammy, we're in the threes. We're in the threes for the subs. 31 months already? What? Where did those months go even? Sam just now in the background. 5 more months and it's 3 years. Oh gosh, he says. Well, thanks for the hype train already too, friends. Yeah, I like all kinds of curries. I don't dislike any type of curry I've ever had. Let's just go over that too. Okay, quick history of Thai cuisine. I feel like this is important. So among the cuisines of Southeast Asia, Thai food is unique. Thai cuisine is distinct from Chinese and Indian cuisines, both of which influence Thai cooking. It's completely identifiable in its own right, incorporating all 5 tastes. So this is the basis of like any type of Thai dish. It has to be sweet, sour, bitter, salty, and spicy. The Thai people have taken foreign influences and transformed them into a cuisine uniquely their own. Thailand was a crossroads of east to west sea routes, causing its culture and cuisine to be infused with Persian and Arabian elements. Foreign recipes have been integrated with traditional Thai dishes, resulting in unique flavor that is unmistakably Thai. So Lilypad, for example, asking about the jasmine rice. So Bonk says, hey, this is a rice from India. So now we can already start to put this together is the influence from the Indian culture and cuisine was brought over to Thailand, and that's why they have the jasmine rice. Wow. He's a big boy, Speed. Oh, okay, what is his favorite thing to eat then? You little babes. Hello, Heller High Water. Good to see you today. Okay, so the Thai people migrated from valley settlements in the mountainous regions of southwest China, now the Yunnan province, between the 6th and 13th centuries into what is now known as Thailand, Laos, and the Shan states of Upper Burma and northwest Vietnam. So influenced by Chinese cooking techniques, Thai cuisine flourished with the rich biodiversity of the Thai peninsula. As a result, Thai dishes today have some similarities to Szechuan Chinese dishes. That is very interesting. And now that we're talking about it, we'll probably notice it a lot more as we continue to make more and more Thai foods. He loves apples and bananas. You guys make his food. That's so good. Yeah. I mean, growing up, my mom made all of our baby food from scratch too. I think that's an important one, Speed. It's like, can you really trust something that like comes out of the jar? I don't know anymore. Okay. The influence of foreign trade was also important. So the Portuguese brought their sweets to King Narai's court in the 17th century. Some say Buddhist monks from India brought curry to Thailand. Some say. Indian curry and Muslim cuisine were introduced at a palace feast in honor of King Rama I at the turn of the 18th century. Some of these dishes are still popular today, including massaman curry and yellow curry. Deadly. What is going on here? Thank you, Scaramouche, for the 100 biddies. Yeah, I want multicolored curry. Wouldn't that be a thing? Make like all of the different colors of curry and like somehow be able to plate them in their colors without it kind of merging together. That would be nice. I like it. For sure, like a yellow, green, and red would look really nice all in one little pot. Wonder how it would taste by the end once it all got mixed up. Probably really good. Hi, Swilliams. How are you doing, man? Just want to say that I saw your poutine in Discord and it looked so good. I was like, well, I want that for breakfast now. Yeah, Southeast Asia is a melting pot of all like Asian foods, it seems. But it's kind of central, though, in like all of the Asian countries, isn't it? Okay, so last little paragraph here. Today, Thai cuisine is a continual exploration of old and new, with master chefs in four-star hotels and restaurants innovating new fusion foods with the continual import of foreign ingredients and the arrival of foreign chefs working in the Thai kitchens. Thai home cooks are also discovering foreign cooking with newly published cookbooks in Thai covering Japanese foods, Chinese cooking, American cuisine, and more. The influence of foreign food on Thai cooking has never been so great as it is in this modern age. Very interesting history. That was like really all I could find on the history of Thai food. I even went to my international cuisine book from culinary school and I couldn't even find something I was happy with. Give me a sec, guys. My nose is running. I don't know why. Okay, we're here. Okay. Thanks, guys, for that wonderful start of the hype train today. I feel loved. The Rasta curry, yes, dongs. Scaramouche, how about using curry sauce instead of tomato sauce on different slices of pizza? Oh, I'm sure curry pizza has already been done. I would be surprised if it wasn't. Let's just say that. Williams, your poutine was good, but you need to work on a better gravy, though. Hey, we can always work on a better gravy, man. Should never really be satisfied, should we, though? Should always strive for perfection. And yeah, Sam and I are doing good. We had a very, like, physically demanding week at work. And yeah, just feel like I need to rest today a little bit. It's going to be a bit slower, probably. Yeah, coffee nose. Is that a thing, Daph? I feel like that's been happening lately. Anyone else get a runny nose from coffee? Or is that the other thing? That's what I was thinking. I was like, maybe it's like the smoke from the fires? I don't know. Okay, so now that we know the history of Thai food, let's go over some curries. Yeah, Sammy's here today, Cookie. He's with us right now. He is playing a train game. You know, hype train. Just sticking with the stream. Bonk. I have also had a chicken Thai peanut sauce pizza, and it is good. Like the spiciness. I think they put like bean sprouts on top and stuff. And yeah, good textures, good flavors. I was into it. Hi, Flower. Good to see you. Yeah, runny nose from the smoke. I guess, hey, that's just like one way of your body being like, no, you're not entering. Run it out. That would be cool too, Scaramouche. You're thinking of distinct curries on different slices and then put the pizza back together. Mini cultures. Okay, we need 8 different slices of pizza with 8 different curries. If you ask Taz, I'm sure it's doable. Train game on PC? Yep. What is it called, Sam? He doesn't even know what it's called. This is where we're at today, guys. Okay, Thai curry refers both to dishes in Thai cuisine that are made with various types of curry paste and to the pastes themselves. Railway Empire is the game, guys. And you got it for on sale, right? This week? Oh, it was a free game from Epic Games last week. He's into it. Oh, yeah, chicken wings with Thai peanut sauce. Yeah, why is that not really a thing anywhere, hey? So a Thai curry dish is made from curry paste, coconut milk, or water. We never use water in our things. It will be coconut milk, stock, or broth of sorts, meat, seafood, vegetables, or fruit. I don't know if I've ever had fruit in curry, but I could see like pineapple being really yummy. and also nice fresh herbs. So curries in Thailand mainly differ from the curries in Indian cuisine in their use of ingredients such as herbs and aromatic leaves over a mix of spices. And yeah, if you are not familiar with curries, Thai curry, way different than East Indian curry. And yeah, with all of the different curries that are out there, they all totally taste different. Fun question from Speed for us and chat. If you were a kitchen utensil or tool, what would I be and why? That's a hard one. I think I might choose a spoon. Just like looking around, it's like I want to choose knife, but I think a spoon is much more versatile because, okay, let's look at Thai cuisine. How you're like served your food is with a spoon and a knife. There's no fork at all, guys. So yeah, you can like still cut stuff with a spoon, you can stir, you can scoop up stuff. I would be a spoon. And no, I would not be the little spoon. Gone, guys. Yeah, I am not a teaspoon. Thank you. Good questions, guys. Yeah. You'd be a turkey baster, Scaramouche? Yes, Bonk, a whisk because you'd scramble those eggs. Yeah, why would you be a turkey baster? Oh, you. You'd be a cleaver. You're sharp but kind of clumsy. Hey, that sounds like my husband. What's my favorite meal to cook? Hi, Stacey Lou. Favorite meal to cook? I think is carbonara pasta. It really doesn't take that long to make, and I always make the pasta from scratch, and yeah, it's just one of my favorites. It's got all of my like favorite food things: pasta, cheese, cured pork, eggs. I think that's my favorite one. Okay, let's get into this, guys. Green curry. I have linked a recipe here from one of my more favorite Asian online recipe sites. So Recipe Tin Eats. I really like how thorough she is in all of her recipes. And so far she's really nailed it on all the flavors when we've used her recipes. So no complaints there. And I think this is the same one we used last time because, well, it was just so good. Yeah, Scaramouche. I'm a turkey baster because I'm slightly inappropriate and only useful under unique situations. You found that niche and you're taking it. Speed. I'd have to be the garbage disposal. Get to eat all the yummy leftovers. Hey, that's a good one, man. Don't let anything go to waste. Hi, Monasash. How are you doing? Hope you and Graham are well. Sounds wonderful. Are you sewing some more face masks up? Is that what you got for work today? Whoa, she says, okay, so this is what Nagi says. Thai green curry in 30 minutes can be made by freshening up some store-bought curry paste or with a homemade green curry paste. So she says you can do this in half an hour. Okay, maybe if I wasn't chatting to you guys the whole time and like teaching us all these steps, it could be done. And maybe if we had the curry paste already made up, but it does take a little bit of time to make that paste. So I would allow yourselves probably about an hour to make this one, but it shouldn't take you much longer than that for sure. So the single most requested recipe is finally here, she says. We love the color, the spiciness, and how fragrant the creamy sauce is. Along with pad thai, chicken satay, and Thai red curry, Thai green curry is the gold standard by which we rate the Thai restaurants. I would say for sure. Anytime we go out for Thai food, it's like we're getting an order of green curry. And yeah, we're judging it for sure. It's the curry we sweat and swear our way through, guzzling down water and wiping our brows when we confidently tell the waiter, give it to us the way it should be. Extra spicy. Sammy, what are we feeling today?
Extra spicy.
Oh, we're going to pick some fresh chilies from the garden then for it.
Yeah, we are.
You're recovering from your root canal today, Amanda. Oh my gosh. Well, sending you many quick healing vibes and love your way. And I'm sure Sunny is taking good care of you. Yeah, exactly, Daph. It's like 30 minutes for a homemade curry. What is this? This is nonsense. I'd rather like tell people a longer amount of time and have it take less time than tell people like a short amount of time and have them like go double that amount of time and be like, why isn't dinner ready yet? Oh, that's so cool, Amanda. Training for a new position. You're working a corporate job nowadays. Well, congratulations. That is great to hear. Yeah, the double burn. Oh, goodness. We're going to get into it for sure. Okay, so she says the good thing is that when we do make green curry or any type of curry at home, really, we can choose how spicy we want it to be. If you're someone who's not familiar with spicy food, start small and then work your way up to it for sure. So, what makes green curry green, guys? The color mostly comes from the green chilies, which aren't actually that spicy. They're mostly for color and flavor. I'm gonna say our green chilies today are gonna be spicy. The curry paste also has small Thai chilies, which provide the fiery heat that green curry is known for. Okay, so we'll do a mixture of, I know I have some little jalapenos outside for green chili. And then we'll take some of the green little chilies off of like our firebush plant. Just a mix of both, you know? That double burn, bonk. Hi, Izzy. Good to see you. Hope you had a good week so far. Okay, ingredients that we're going to need for our curry today, guys. We're gonna need about 4 to 6 tablespoons of a Thai green curry paste. We're gonna make our own, so that's basically where we're gonna start for this dish. It'd be nice to have that done ahead of time. And then going into the curry, so we'll start with vegetable oil. And this is actually a chicken curry recipe, but we're not going to add any meat to it because we're actually serving it with black cod instead, and green curry is amazing with seafood as well. So just omit the chicken if you want to serve it with any type of fish, shrimp, etc., crabs, scallop. You can really go, any type of protein is good with green curry. Or you can even go vegetarian, right? We always have that option. Izzy, it's funny you say that. Yeah, I should employ you as my private chef. So we were asked this week from one of our like higher end clients if we were interested in catering some dinner parties for them. So it is a thing in the future for us, for sure. I'm like, I'm in. On the weekends, yeah. Okay, so for our green curry sauce, let's say we'll need vegetable oil, or I like to use coconut oil as well. Get that like double coconut flavor, as well as coconut milk, fish sauce, white sugar, salt, kaffir lime leaves. If you can find them fresh, that is nice, but I have them dried, so we'll just use like a little bit more. Japanese eggplants. We actually got just some of these little baby guys instead today because they looked super good at the store. So whatever kind of eggplant you can find that's nice and fresh and firm. And then you can also put in some snow peas, and I always like to do carrots, mushrooms, cabbage, bell peppers are super good. Any kind of crunchy vegetable that will soak up the curry sauce, choose that. Even corn I think would be good, although it's not really traditional. And then for garnish, so some basil, and then some lime juice. And she pimps it up a bit and does crispy fried shallots on top too. Yum, that sounds really good. Yeah, thanks, Williams. Yeah, it's like kind of funny as we meet all these people where we're like fixing their houses, so painting, doing drywalling, etc. And it's like, is there any contractor in the world that can fix your house and also cook you dinner after? I don't know if there is, but hey, here I am, guys. Same with Sammy. The crispy shallots on top. Well, we do have some extra shallots in the fridge, so maybe we should take that step. Also, I think it'd be super good with the black cod, right? Okay, so let's put this thing up for us. So black cod with Thai green curry. So the cod's getting cooked separate from the curry just so we can keep it in its wonderful little fillets there. I just find that it'll just end up being nicer if we cook the fish separately and then serve the sauce with it. So definitely want to get some nice color on that. So we'll probably do a pan fry up. And maybe I was thinking of doing a little rub on the fillets after we have the green curry paste made for like a little bit of marination quickly before we cook it. I think that would be really good. So there's our black cod, also known as sablefish, guys. And this is a higher end white fish. It's quite fatty, and yeah, with it being higher end, it's a little bit more expensive. So usually a nice little treat for us for sure. And yes, it is fatty, and so is green curry, but I think with the spice, the lime, and all the fresh herbs in the curry paste and sauce, that is gonna go so good with that fish. Because if you've ever had a green curry with salmon as well, super, super good. And then the only other thing we serve with our curry is just some jasmine rice, and I always keep it just super plain. We'll just boil it on the stove top. Hello, Bird Bass, how are you? Yeah, green curry, super good, super versatile. So please, guys, check out that recipe that I linked there because it is a great article. She really doesn't skip any steps there. Okay, so that's what we got going down today. Nice, you took the day off. Congrats. Yeah, we are patiently waiting to hear back from Twitch on our partner application. It's been a month and a week now? A month and a week now. We're still waiting to hear back, and as soon as we hear back, we really are aching for a little vacation of sorts as well. Okay, let's do up our quick little prep list here. We should be hearing something? What you talking about? Oh, like something back. Yeah, it's you should hear back from us in 7 business days is what it says. Yeah, right. Could only chalk that one up to one thing. COVID-19. Yeah, 2020. That's right. Okay. Well, we can't blame Twitch. We can only blame Sammy. So we come back full circle, I guess. Dang. Did I fill out the TPS report? Yes. Hey, that's exciting, Manitoban. Well, hey, we've been really patient. Yeah, COVID's just an excuse for anything. Okay, so first things first, we're gonna make our green curry paste. And then we're going to rub it on the black cod. So marinate cod with it. After that, we are actually going to prep up all of our vegetables. So let's do carrot and mushroom. is gonna go in raw, and then I'll slowly soak up the curry sauce as it cooks in there. And then we're actually gonna char a few of the vegetables today as well, because I know they will taste really good charred up. So we'll char the cabbage on the mini max over the charcoal, as well as our little eggplants there. And just give it a little bit of a different flavor and some texture. I thought that would be nice. It's something I've never seen before, but as well as Thai food and Thai cuisine is they also cook over charcoal a lot. So we'll prep up the eggplant as well and the cabbage. And then we can quickly go outside and do that. And then once we have all of our veggies good to go, the cod's done, we have the paste and basically all of the sauce ingredients measured out, then we can start cooking. We'll get our rice going, and then it should all finish up at the same time. So once we have everything prepped, then it's gonna be a 30-minute timing for our lunch to be ready. So do all your prep and then set your 30-minute timer to get your curry done. That sounds a lot better, hey Daff? That's more doable. Because yeah, you don't wanna be rushing at home. Food doesn't taste good when it's been rushed. Hey Goku, yeah, Friday night curry night. Okay, sauce ingredients. And then lastly, the rice. And then lower down on the list, I will put our bolognese. So we have to grind some pork up for that. It's gonna be a beef and pork bolognese. And then once that's going on the stovetop, then we're going to quickly mix up our ciabatta dough. You got a ciabatta for the garlic bread. Keep forgetting it's Friday. Yeah, I don't know where these weeks keep going, man. It's nuts. Okay, and then for tomorrow, so here's our list I already did up. And not a very busy one for us. We only actually have 7 plates total to cook, and then 6 desserts on order. And yeah, a little bit later of a pickup time. So that's gonna be a fun one. We're gonna be making 3 pans of lasagna. It's gonna be a fun one. Lasagna. And actually, first thing that we are going to start with is feeding Goldilocks. We're gonna feed our sourdough starter so that, well, in about 3 hours probably, she'll be ready to use for the ciabatta dough. Let's get started. Oh, forgot to also show you what Sammy bought for me today. Some wives get flowers. He says, I get a lot of basil. A lot of basil for $8 though. So I think I'm gonna go plant it in the garden later today. We'll see how everything goes for timing. Yeah, not enough, not nearly enough basil. But like he said, so $8 for that, and then he goes to the store, like just your typical grocery store, Thrifties, and they have a little basil plant there for $2.50 for one. There's like 10 basil plants in there. Yeah, solid deal. That's a good $40 there. I know. So hopefully it'll last over the winter. Okay, Goldilocks. Just want to show you. It's a little bit of like a film or a little bit of liquid on top. You can choose to dump it out. I usually dump like most of that little liquid off as it sits in the fridge. But some people actually stir it back in, and it will make it like quite flavorful and sour if you do that. So every now and then I do stir it back in. Hey Nutty Mob, what mic am I using? It is a Sennheiser XSW or SKXSW, and then it's hooked up to a Focusrite amp, and then as well as the Go XLR mixer. So with all of those things, yeah, we're able to get pretty nice crisp audio. The hooch, yeah, that's the one, Cookie. I didn't really know what to call that. I was like, what is this? Your starter is far more solid or pasty. Yeah, mine is like super liquidy. I don't know what the heck's going on, but I did take her out a little bit earlier this morning to like warm her up. So she will come back to life. Okay, I probably will have to split that into 2 containers. Or I'm just gonna discard a little bit actually. I usually only like to have about a cup's worth at a time to take care of, because otherwise it's a little much. Let's see how much starter we need for tomorrow. So tomorrow we're only gonna need a cup of ripe sourdough starter. Or today when we make our dough, so that's fine. We can discard some because she's gonna come back to life anyways. This seems very liquidy, guys. I don't know what the heck. Okay, so equal parts. If you have 1 cup of starter to feed, you need 1 cup each of flour and lukewarm water. Hey Archie, just a quick jump in to say hello. Hi, how are you doing? Hope you're well. I'm gonna see if I can thicken this girl back up a bit. Make the feed a bit pastier, like Williams said. And this is a very important part of feeding your starter, is you don't want to just dump in the water and flour right into your starter. You have to mix the flour and water together first. Make sure there's absolutely no lumps, and then mix it into your starter. And I usually use a fork for this, is what I've found to work really well. Whoa, yeah, if you have an heirloom starter over 100 years old, I wish. I think you can buy them though online by like certain ages. Probably goes up in price, obviously. But I know that you can buy like either frozen sourdough starters or dried ones. You just hydrate it and bring it back to life. I think I'm gonna add a bit more flour still. Oh, you're good then, Williams. Yeah, you're probably very thorough. I've just heard people say that if you leave it too lumpy, it'll kind of disrupt the environment. It doesn't like to be like overfed with those little lumps of flour in there. Just minimize the risk of anything weird happening. There we go. Yeah, that's the consistency. That'll be perfect. You did buy a starter seed on your second one, but you still messed it up. Has anyone made one with something other than water? I have heard of like fruit juices is how you should start it, because the yeast from the fruit, like as it decomposes, that's what I've heard. Like orange juice, maybe? Hi, Queen Fox. How are you? But I have not done it myself. Oh, there's a little bit of flour underneath there still. Okay, now we want to soak this with just some cold water. Otherwise, if you let it dry, it's like cement. And then mix this up, and the baby's been fed. I always love the feeling of like mixing the feed into the starter. Just gets like so aerated and smooth. Like, ooh, it's coming back to life. Okay, and then as we go throughout the stream today, I'll kind of show you the progress as this comes back to life. Done and done. First task of the day. Nice, your last hour of work for the week. You can do this. And hello, Jack. Good to see you. They have packets of starter at Safeway. That's really cool, Manitoban. You should definitely try it, man. I think you'd have a lot of fun with it. You're always cooking different stuff at home. Are we making the curry paste from scratch? Read my messy writing because my ink went crazy there. Yes, we are. And that's actually what we're getting into right now. So welcome in. Good timing. Things are good here, Queen Fox. Yeah, nothing really new to report. We had a pretty physically demanding week, so I'm a bit like tired and slow today, but happy to be cooking with you guys. And yeah, we're healthy, so really can't complain about that at all. Okay, best part about the curry paste, it really isn't that difficult to make. I always do it right in the blender. So blender, food processor, whatever you have your hands on, that's what I would use. So put that by you. We'll just put that on the side of the cutting board. And yeah, we can let the blender do most of the work for us, because we got some chopping to do. All of our veggies. I know I'm gonna need cilantro and lemongrass.
Oh, yeah.
Is that a Vitamix? It is. Yeah, that's like one of my favorite appliances in the kitchen. And Cerebellum, thank you for the wonderful half year together. It's always great to have you around in chat. I hope you've been well. Yeah, you've had a Vitamix for like 10 years. Well, this is 5? 4 now? 5 now. So we're halfway there, I would say.
5?
5?
6.
6. I don't know. Sam's throwing out numbers and now we're confused. 7? Random numbers in chat. Let's go. Okay, looking at the green curry paste recipe. So we need our green chili peppers times 2 different kinds. We need shallots, lemongrass, ginger, garlic, lime. Are my limes zestable? Not really. Oh yeah, actually we have a little bit that's zestable. We might as well use it up. Thank you, Swilliams. Okay, what else? Coriander, cumin, white pepper, and turmeric. Those are our spices. Got a little bit of white pepper. We're actually doing pretty good on that. Gonna have to get some more. Cumin, coriander. Gonna have to grind some of that up. Okay, the turmeric, and then the kaffir lime leaves don't go in the paste, they go in the sauce, but we can grab those now so we don't forget about them. This is that. So I do dried, and yeah, they're still very nice and fragrant in there. Okay, I think we got everything. I don't have the dried shrimp paste. That's the only thing I don't have. So usually I actually just substitute it with a couple little squirts of fish sauce. So I'll do a little bit of that instead for flavor. And we just need our turmeric. Just that. Woohoo! Where's the heat coming from? The spicier the better. We're gonna pop outside in like a minute from now, and we're gonna go pick all the peppers. So I'm gonna take a really quick bathroom break before we do that. Okay guys, just gotta move the camera. Bring out our containers. And then we're good. Shouldn't be muted anymore, yeah? Thought your phone broke. Oh no. Okay. Gotta go around. Hopefully not get caught on anything. We're down at the chili level too. Let's go double. We're gonna go closer. They're doing so good, hey? Heat alert. I got a bunch to pick. Gotta pick all the red ones today. Okay, so I think the one type of pepper we're gonna kind of give up on is the jalapeno. Just doesn't really grow that good here. I think it just doesn't get hot enough where we're at. But we'll pick like 3 of these small little guys, I think. Maybe 4. Do 4 of our little halis. And then, what, should we pick one of the cayennes? Go down to the end here. Because these guys are pretty deadly looking. You take from those 2. There's a nice green one. And so obviously we're picking all the green peppers for the green curry. And then if you want to make a red curry, that's when you pick all the red peppers. Should we take a few of this one too? A trio, if you will. Yeah, that should light us up pretty good. I think we'll be all right with that. Okay, just got to put the camera back under the gazebo because it doesn't know whether it wants to rain today or not here. Set it up for the mini max. Just pop that there, and we're good for now. Okay. Going back in with you guys. We got the peppers. I love that you grow stuff in your closet, Manitoban. Slap them in a greenhouse for the winter and they should go all winter? Really? You found 6 bags of chilies in your freezer and 2 bags of dried Thai ones. What are you gonna make with all of that? Okay, let's look at all of the stuff we need to put into this curry. For the paste. And she says this is for 5 servings, so that's pretty perfect. And we're not gonna de-seed the peppers either today. She says to de-seed them. Not a chance. And I think we're going to start with this obnoxious bag of cilantro. We are going to use that entire bunch. And then we still have this bunch underneath, which actually I think we'll use that one instead for the paste because it's just seen a little bit more in its lifetime. I'll take a little bit more from that one. We'll keep all the nice cilantro leaves for the garnish. There's that. Let's clear the board a bit. Just a little bit. Good morning, White Dove. How are you doing? Low Jack, every time you buy cilantro, 3/4 of it ends up in the garbage. I know. I know. It's one of the more like frustrating herbs, especially to try and buy. And yeah, I can't really grow it too well either. Of all the things that we grow, cilantro is not at the top of my list. I just think that we don't have the proper environment here for it. So yeah, typically when I get the cilantro home, I'll take off whatever is holding the bunch together. And that way I can release some of the moisture because that's what I find usually makes it go bad quickly. And the only thing I'm going to do here is I can see a few of the stems at the bottom, like there's a little bit of a root. Just want to pick that off. And then other than that, we're going to be using the cilantro leaves, the stem, everything in the paste. They pulled this right out of the ground, didn't they? And I'm gonna give it a wash as well. It's a bit dirty. Okay. Very fragrant though, this stuff. Okay, whatever keeps falling, that's fine. I will be right back. Beautiful. Two things you won't try to grow anymore, cilantro and parsley. Parsley, it grows crazy here. Yeah, I tried it actually in the garden beds this year and it did so well. But yeah, I've given up on cilantro. Dill doesn't really grow that well for me either, which is sad because I love dill. But I have actually had better luck with my basil this year. Maybe that's why Sam bought me another plant, because I didn't kill the last one. Congratulations, dear. You've made it to basil level 2. Okay, I'm just going to tear this in half because the stems sometimes like to get wrapped around the blender blades. So just avoid that. And then we're just going to press that right in. And I know that when we were going over the history, it said that the curry gets most of its color from the peppers. I would say it gets most of the color from the cilantro. I mean, it's a bit of both, but there's definitely way more cilantro in the curry paste than there are chili peppers. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, friends. White Dove. Thank you for continuing your gift sub from Norge's store. And just a reminder, guys, all of the subs, the gifted subs, the resubs, those are all still going in for entries into our giveaway on September 27th. I don't know if you guys saw my post in Discord, but we have, well, over 85 entries in this jar now. So kudos, guys. And I think there's only 3 people that have hit the 10 entry cap. So it's a pretty fair giveaway so far. Have I made mutabal / baba ganoush before? I have not actually made it before. And it is delicious. I don't know why I've never made it. LoJack, thank you for bringing that to my attention. Have you? Have you made it before? Okay, let's get into our garden chilies here. So the only thing I'm gonna do, give them a quick rinse, and then we're just gonna cut off all the top of the stem. I'll just throw all the chilies into the blender. Roulette chilies. We got that triple burn. Although last time we used the jalapenos, we found they weren't really spicy. But maybe they've changed in like a week. Aw, first time. Nice, LoJack. Well, let us know how it goes. And if you want, post it up in Discord when it's all done. Would love to see it. Okay, so these 2 little guys, those are from the pepper plant called the fire bush, or burning ring of fire. Hey! White Dove with the $20 tip. Thank you so much. You hit your cap. There she is. She says, I enjoy your stream so much. Thank you. No, thank you. And just so you are aware, White Dove, so kind of partnering up with our Anova sous vide giveaway, all of the donations or tips that we're getting from you guys for this month for it, we're putting it towards the Innova steam oven for the food truck. So thank you for that. Just so you know where your money's going. Hey, Baba Ganoush. Don't be sad, please. We're just talking about you, but it's all good things. Thank you, Anonymous, for the 1,100 biddies. Anonymous. Well, if you do decide to want to enter the giveaway and you want to remain anonymous in chat, you can message me and be like, Kate, it's me. Can you enter me? So let me know. Don't have to talk about it on stream. Okay, we got our cilantro. We got our hot chilies in the blender. It's looking very green indeed. Coming in with more green stuff, our lemongrass. Another one that I would have loved to grow this year, but because of COVID, once again, we couldn't really find any of the lemongrass plants. Sadly. So we'll come in, process this up. I always cut the base about 1/2 inch because it's quite tough down there and woody, as you can see. And then same with the top part of the stem, about 1/2 inch there. You can see just how tough it is. And then we're gonna cut in half, kind of open it up. And then we're gonna do nice kind of small slices of it just to help the blender blitz it up a bit more, because lemongrass doesn't really like to be blitzed up. It is quite woody and tough. So we'll help that one along. I don't grow from seeds. Some stuff we grow from seeds, but others we have found that the seeds don't grow as well. So sometimes we get like starters. I've only seen people leave these whole and give them a whack. Yeah, you can do that too. But yeah, something about like Thai food Manitoban, they really like to like infuse the lemongrass into the dish. It's the same thing with like a peanut saute kind of marinade. There's chopped up lemongrass in there. Kenethan, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. And you also should have confidence in your blender that it will blend up the lemongrass. If you're like, I don't know if it'll do it, don't put it in the green curry paste. Do exactly what Manitoban said and just leave it whole, give it a whack to loosen up some of the essential oils, and then remove it from the curry sauce when you're about to serve. There we go. Holy smokes! An anonymous cheer with 3,000 biddies? Okay, guys, yeah, just don't worry about it. Just crush our goals. Thanks. Groceries are now paid for. And Kame Boko, good to see you. Thank you for the 200 biddies. Glad to catch another stream to make me hungry while I work. Yeah, we do that to a bunch of you, I feel. But I'm glad that we can keep you company while you're at work. Okay, we did it. Next up, garlic, shallot, and ginger or galangal, whatever you feel. Use up that, put that out. Got all of these loose garlic cloves at the bottom here. Little piece of shallot still. Clean up the bag. That's a mixed bag of tricks, guys. Finish off my coffee here. Great site for all kinds of veggie fruit seeds is rareseeds.com. Oh, and there's free shipping to Canada too. Thank you, LoJack, for that info. I'll have to check it out. And so does everyone else in chat. But typically, I was going to say, LoJack, we get all of our seeds from the local organic farms here because they are obviously growing varieties of vegetables that work really well with this kind of special climate we have going on. So I know that if the farms can grow it, I should be able to grow it in my garden too. Okay, let's peel up this little piece, half piece of shallot. Cut that one up. We'll cut this one in half and then just into little chunks. Remember, the blender's gonna do most of the work for us. Now our garlic. So I have 4 little garlic cloves there and 4 right here. So 8 garlic cloves is what I'm doing. And then another note on the curry paste, guys. If you have extra, it does freeze really nicely. It even stayed green, which I was super surprised. So every time I have a bit extra of this, I always freeze it for the next time. We're just smashing the garlic cloves to make them easier to peel. Yeah, I just bag them in the fridge, Williams, to keep them fresher longer. I find that, yeah, just keeping my garlic, shallot, and ginger in this little bag, it stays fresh for a lot longer. And it also just helps my fridge stay organized, I guess. I don't like having those like loose things kicking around. Oh my gosh, I've used the word bake 37 times on stream already. Thanks, friends. Stinky fingers for days. That's why we do the garlic first. And then we finish with the lime to like freshen it up. Tricks of the trade. This one doesn't want to peel. The smallest one is the hardest. Okay, there you go. This piece of ginger root, I'm kind of unsure, but it really looks nice and yellow still. Just gonna trim it up a bit. There's a few like kind of moldy spots on it where you could tell it got moist a bit in the fridge. Ginger doesn't like to be moist, nor does it like to be dry. Like there's no real happy environment for it, I find, other than maybe the Ziploc bag. Okay, that's good. So we can say that's about a 1-inch nub of ginger, and I'm not gonna peel it up any further than that. Let's take off this little one and maybe that. Whew, there's a bunch of dirt in there. Get off of my cutting board. Foreign dirt, is that even allowed? Foreign dirt in my kitchen. Molvin and Vend, thank you for that follow, welcome. Manitoban, Ukrainian curry would consist of 100 cloves of garlic, half a pound of dill, 1 very small chili pepper. That's it. And lots of sour cream. Ukrainian curry. Why is this not a thing, man? It does sound good though, doesn't it? Okay, so once again, just kind of look over your ginger. Discard any bits from the outside that are questionable. Shouldn't be too much. Just that. Beautiful. Bill Follett, thank you for the follow as well. Okay, one more little step. Just kind of cut that up a bit smaller. There's that. How's that looking? Yum. Hello from the far east coast of Canada or America? Let's ask that one. Caffeination complete. Newfoundland. Oh my gosh, welcome in. My aunt lives there, so that's amazing. And yeah, we don't have a ton of viewers from like East Coast to Canada. So yeah, hello from the far opposite coast of where you're at. I keep the ginger skin on there, LoJack. I'm not scared. It's got nutrients and we're blending it up to the point where you won't even see the skin. So it's okay. Just save yourself the extra time and just take off whatever doesn't look too good. Yeah, right, Williams? Me too. Me too. And like some of the houses that we've like fixed up, walk into it and it's like, this reminds me of my grandparents' house. Okay, we got a couple spices to still add into here. So we have turmeric, coriander, cumin, and white pepper, which we know this is influenced from Chinese cuisine for sure. Let's use a little mortar and pestle for our white pepper and coriander. We'll get our cumin in there. We still need a little bit of lime zest and some fish sauce, and then I think we're good, guys. We can finally blitz this up. So that's why I said there's no way that a homemade green curry is doable in half an hour. It's just not. Those are crazy expectations. What does Nagi say for our amounts here? So a 1/4 teaspoon of white pepper, 1 teaspoon each of ground coriander and cumin. A 1/4 teaspoon of white pepper. It's quite a scant amount. I think we'll blitz these up separately as well. And I always buy the white pepper corns whole and only grind them up when I need them, as I find that you'll have the freshest flavor this way. So there's that. Next up, our coriander seeds. So we have cilantro and coriander from the exact same plant. There's all sorts of interesting things when you have whole coriander seed. Just pick out like any, we don't want no stems, no sticks, but we do want the seeds. Oh, hi, Vune. How are you? How was the week? Have we got the new computer yet? Not yet, man. Not yet. I would talk to Sam about that one. He's our resident tech guy. I don't know what he's got going on. I think he's a bit torn between which one to get. Bonk, if you want green curry in half an hour, order it from your local Thai food place. Yes! What a great way to put it. And we'll just crack open the coriander seeds. They blend up pretty easily with everything else. Your week sucked, Vune? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. You called in sick to work and basically just slept the whole time. How are you doing now, though? Yeah, bonk. I want to listen to some Dre. Okay, that is more than a teaspoon, but I'm going for it. I'm in. I'm making my own curry. Okay, we're done with that. Little mortar and pestle, complete. One teaspoon of ground cumin. How much turmeric? 1/4 teaspoon of turmeric. Just had singing lessons and you want to disappear from this world? What? But you're going to a sweat lodge tomorrow. I think it'll be better after that. Your heart isn't in it today. I feel like a little bit like mentally tired, but I think it's more just because I'm like physically tired. Well, I hope you feel better soon, Vivian. Sending you all the good vibes. We've sent good vibes to like many people already today. We're spreading them across the world. All of the good vibes. Okay, let's zest up some limes. Some not so nice limes. What does she say for the amount of zest? Two teaspoons. Good news, you can send stuff to America again, so your commissions are back on track. Yes. Like they just opened it up since the start of COVID, or did they kind of change the regulations just recently? So guys, we're taking the zest from the lime because that's where we actually get most of the lime flavor from. We don't actually want the acidity in the curry paste because we actually cook it with the coconut oil for a little bit, and we don't want to add acid before that because then it's going to concentrate and go like super sour on us. So that's why we always leave the lime juice right at the end just to finish it off and like balance everything out. You couldn't send anything up until 3 days ago because of COVID. Wow, Vune. Well, that is definitely good news then. That should light a little fire under your butt. Doesn't lime juice get bitter when it's cooked? Yeah, exactly, Crux. So when you overly reduce anything acidic, well, I don't know if it would get like, yeah, it would go bitter and just like super sour, let's say. Wouldn't be the nice fresh flavor you're looking for. Although there is something to say about like the bitterness in Thai food because that is one of the components. Okay, there's all of our lime zest. Nice. I did like a tablespoon worth. We're making it limey. Okay, and then lastly, I think just a little bit of the fish sauce in place of the shrimp paste. Chili peppers, shallots, lemongrass, ginger, garlic. Our fish sauce, lime zest, coriander, cumin, white pepper, turmeric, cilantro. Done and done. And then it says just water as needed to bring it together. So we'll do a little bit of the fish sauce. Let's do, I'm gonna do like 6 spladooches. Big word today. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 6 didn't feel like enough. We did 10 spladooches, and then I'll just fill up this little container with some cold water, and we can kind of drizzle that in as the blender starts going. Six squirts, spladooches. That's a new one, right? Slightly more than a dash. Thank you. I'm glad we can all understand each other. Okay, let's go over to the blender and get this going. So start on low speed and then work your way up. So I'm gonna open up the top, just drizzle in a bit of water. About maybe 2 tablespoons to start. Okay, see it lowering it down. And then the other thing I'm gonna grab for our blender, we might need it, is just the plunger. This thing. And I gotta tie up this mess. Hey, what's going on back there? I think we need a little bit more water. Let's see. We'll zoom into it. Just a bit more to get it a little bit looser. There we go. Okay, turn it up a bit. Tamp it, the tamper, the plunger. And that just helps us to keep pushing it back down into the blender blades. Yeah, we're going now. And I guess we don't really have to worry about how much water we add to this because, like I said, we're gonna cook it out again. So it's not like we're gonna water down the curry paste. And I'll go a bit more. Wash off my plunger while I'm at it. That's looking good. Going up to 4. No, we're staying at 3. Okay, a bit more. Now 4. Yeah, you do. Clone, clone. Good to see you, man. Hope you're not too smoky where you're at. Okay, I'm gonna stop that in a sec and give it a little scrape down on the sides. It didn't even bung up the lid. Love that. Oh, I think I can smell the spice. If you can smell the spice, you did good, guys. Ah! Yum. Okay, let's get back going. Yeah. 5, 6. That's happiness. I don't want to go too high on the blender speed because once you start actually heating up that paste mixture, it could like potentially start to go away from being a bright green color. So we don't want to go too high on the blender and have it going for too long. I'm gonna keep all that stuff nice and fresh because green herbs are pretty delicate. Nice fresh green herbs. Okay, let's back it out. There we go. Hey, Manitoban. Yeah, Kate took all the power out on Vancouver Island while making her green curry paste. Okay, ready for the color reveal? Ta-da! We did good, guys. Look how great that looks. If it matches the color of the microplane almost, you did good. And there's nothing really to scrape out of there, so just put that into the sink. I'll give this a taste on its own. See how he did, but it does smell pretty proper. I think I'll just leave that spatula there. Yeah, there's good green and then there's a baby poop green. It's so true, Manitoban. Yeah, you want the good green. Okay, there's my little taster. That's got a little kick to it. It's not like insane though. It's slowly building up on the back of my throat. But I'm still like getting the garlic flavor, the shallot flavor, the ginger, the lemongrass, obviously all the cilantro. Not a ton of liminess yet, but that will come later when we have the kaffir lime leaves and stuff in with the coconut milk. I think that's gonna be a great green curry sauce. And although it doesn't taste spicy yet, once we start heating it up and like loosening it up with the coconut milk, it will start to get a little bit more spicy. Yeah, exactly, Bonk. When that coconut milk goes in, ooh-wee. First thing on the list, done. Next thing, let's marinate our black cod with the curry paste. Just gonna get a little plate for that. First thing off the list, done, check. Yeah, it does get cooked quite a bit. Okay, our little sable. I can't believe this was from June 1st. Feels like forever ago. So sable fish, black cod, whatever you want to call it. We have two nice little pieces here. Wash my hands up real quick. This is like the flakiest, most moist, tender fish you'll ever eat, I think. It really is like just unlike any other. Okay. So I don't want to contaminate this. So I'm just going to put like a little spoonful on each one. And then rub it all over. Just put this aside now. And I thought that would add like a nice kind of curry flavor to the fish when we cook it. I'm just going to use my hands. Almost make like a crust on it. And see if the fish will start to soak this in over time as it sits. I think I want to do the edges as well. Do you think it's going to color the flesh green? guys, when we cook it? Will it absorb the chlorophyll? Beautiful. That looks so good. Okay, now that can go back into the fridge. Another one off the list. Now that we have the curry paste done, we're really getting rolling. Okay, next up on the list, guys, is we're gonna start chopping up all of our vegetables to add into the curry. So we're gonna do carrots, mushrooms, eggplant, and cabbage. And I'm gonna put away a couple of the ingredients from our paste. So all of the spices. Keep our space nice and clean. Done with the lemongrass for now. Okay, carrots, mushroom, cabbage. Bell peppers. Get our favorite mushies, as always, is the creminis. If you are gonna buy mushrooms from the store, I would suggest this variety. It's a baby portobello, so there's a good amount of flavor there. I would say for the most part, I usually get green curries with like just your basic white button mushrooms. And mushrooms are one of the better veggies to add into the curry because it just soaks up all of the sauce and flavor. So that's probably more than enough for Sam and I. Got some nice little baby bell peppers still. Do that one and that one. I'm gonna have a good little medley of veggies. And then the cabbage. Because we're gonna char it. I'm gonna prep it just a little bit differently. That. Can't go wrong with the shrooms. That's true, Paloozer. Yeah, we don't have very many mushroom haters in here. That's nice. Nutty Mob, thank you for the follow. Thought they were round potatoes? Vioon. Vioon. Okay. Think. Should Should we leave the mushrooms till like near the last maybe? And then we're gonna get out 2 different bowls. 2 little bowls. One for the carrot, mushroom, and peppers, and then the other one for the cabbage and eggplant, because those are gonna go outside. So I have to turn this back on me. I just realized that. You have a potato thing. Oh, well, we actually have to get into potatoes on stream because we have a bunch from the garden that we gotta use up, Vune. So thanks for putting that into my head. Okay, these carrots, they look really nice and they're organic, so I think I'm just gonna like scrub up the outside instead of peeling them. There's nothing really to trim off. Give it a little scrub-a-dub-dub with our brush. Just a quick little dry off. Cooked something interesting the other day, Vune. You took the base idea of clam chowder, adjusted it for chicken. Yum. Chicken and potatoes. Hi, Joyce. Guys, can we get a shout out for Joyce? Another delicious meal being made today. Yeah, thank you, girl. Just getting into all of our veggies. We just finished mixing up the curry paste from scratch. It's looking super good. And then we marinated our fish. So we rubbed our curry paste all over the fish. Just put it back in the fridge. Way too fast, Vune. Excuse me, fly. Did you see it?
I did.
No, not a thing. Also, just want to show you guys. So anyone that just absolutely despises fruit flies, this is how I trap them. So pour apple cider vinegar into a little like cup or container, cover it with plastic, and then just poke like some really small holes in, just enough for the fly to get through, and they will get trapped in there and die in the vinegar. So that's one way to keep your kitchen clean. Pro tips from Kate. Okay, just want to clean up a few little spots on this carrot that I see here. And yeah, that's about it. Now we're gonna tip and top it. Nice, Vune. Thanks for adding that command. Yes, you do. Joyce, we already went over this earlier on stream, and we said, please never feel like you're not enough, because all of you are, okay? Yeah, we don't need that here. Okay, I'm gonna cut this in half. And then flip them all on the flat side so they're nice and easy to cut. And then I think we're just gonna do like nice simple cuts on the bias, nice and thin, probably like 1/4 inch thick. And it'll cook up nice and quick in the curry sauce. As always, guys, anytime you're gonna eat something with a spoon, you don't want it to be like really difficult to eat. And it's always nice if you can get like a few little things on your bite of the spoon. So for anything that you eat with a spoon, just cut it a little bit more delicate. Yeah, there you go, lily pad. If you need 4 carrots, just cut the 2 carrots in half. You never cut a carrot that way? How come? This is like one of my favorite ways to cut a carrot. Just so quick. And we can say that the carrots will add a nice sweetness to the curry. Same with the bell peppers. And then the cabbage, eggplant, mushrooms just all add like kind of different textures. I love to hear that, View. Of all the things I taught you, the knife skills are the knowledge you retain the most. I love to hear that. Thank you. And hi, Titan. How are you, man? You just baked some really delicious balsamic eggplants. Joyce, how did I miss that? We're also doing eggplant things today. And yeah, I'm glad you have finally realized that, Joyce. Please don't come to the stream hungry, guys. I don't need anyone getting hangry in the background. That's scary. Okay, let's get into our little baby peppers. Trim off the ends of this. For doggo crunchums. And that is my favorite way to take apart a pepper. You go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And if you don't want to waste the top, take your paring knife. Go all the way around the stem. And that is that. You can get rid of that with most of the seeds still attached to the middle. Tap out any little loose seeds that might be in the pepper pieces. Clean that up. Then we'll cut the pepper into nice bite-sized pieces. Okay, so the peppers I usually like to cut triangular for curry. Paloozer. No, that's why I come to stream. I don't really have an appetite, so Kate helps me. That is also an interesting thing to know, so thank you. Yeah, we're also just hungry all the time, it's true. Okay, so that is the sizing I think we're looking for there. And yeah, if we are adding the carrot, the peppers, and the mushrooms all at the same time, we know that the carrot will take the longest to cook, so that's why we kind of cut it more delicate and thin. And then the peppers we can keep a little bit thicker. So I think we'll just do that. Cut the bigger pieces in half lengthwise. Have fun with your cuts, guys. It's also important. Just have fun with it. Switch it up every now and then, so you're not always doing the same thing. Okay, and we can get into the mushrooms now. So this is my lovely little mushroom cleaning brush. It always stays dry. It never really sees water. Vune, you're streaming dice? Okay, so I don't like to wash this because I find that the mushrooms soak up too much of the water and we don't want to water them down in the flavor. So that's why we just brush the dirt off instead. Although some people say some dirt can be good for you. Keeps you healthy, right? Oh, guys, something exciting going on for Team Bonin again. So they have another like themed week planned coming up. I think it's for next week. Is Noodle Week. So if anyone's wanted me or wanted to see me make some special kinds of noodles on stream, the week is coming up. Let me know, friends. A brush room. That is why we're friends. And plus, Annie's not here, so someone has to make those puns. Thank you, Joyce. Thank you. A weekend of nudes? Oh, CBD. Hi, man. Yeah, spicy nudes. I was like, maybe this is the time where I should learn how to make, like, Asian noodles by hand. Because, yeah, we can make pasta easily. But I've never really made, like, hand-pulled noodles. Should we attempt it? I'm thinking, yeah. Okay, let's cut that in half. And these are quite large, so I think we'll do just like little wedges of the mushroom. Yeah, that looks good. Noodle week. Sending nudes. Oh no, Speed. I actually can't put like NOODS in the stream title. It's actually not allowed. It's against TOS, so yeah. As much as we want to have fun with that one, I can't. Do I have favorite noodles cloned? I really like, I don't know if I have any left, but let me see in the pantry. I like the white, straight, like ramen noodles. Or I also adore soba noodles. But I really like the white wheat ramen noodles that are straight. I don't love alkaline noodles. I don't really like that flavor, sadly. I think I can do that one, Vune. I think I can do that version of nudes and get away with it. I can't recall. I just remember that one time I was like trying to update my status with nudes in it and it just like wouldn't do. I was like, what is going on? And then I finally figured it out. I was like, oh, I can't put that word. Just the one word. Nope. Titan, one time you ate mushrooms and you woke up in the middle of a stranger's yard with a boot missing on one foot and your sock on the other foot. Yeah, wrong mushrooms. Glad you're still alive, man. Those sound magical. Woohoo! Oh, actually, those should have gone in with the carrots and the peppers. Okay, we got carrots, peppers, and mushrooms. Holy smokes, there's a lot of veggies, but I absolutely adore leftover green curry with veggies. Like, I will just eat that all the time. Best snack ever. And then you can just add whatever type of protein to it. I always make sure there's more than enough veggies in the mix. Okay. Cross those off. Carrot, mushroom, done. Peppers. Now we're getting into the cabbage and the eggplant, and that's going to be charred up outside on the Mini Max over some charcoal. The Twitch admins have spoken. Yes. And let's just go over our little piece of cabbage here. There's a few little parts to get rid of. Just trim it up. And then I think on the underside, because I cut this in half before, we're just gonna do as thin as we can, take off that little bit of oxidized cabbage. And I don't think I'm actually gonna use this whole thing, so before I cut into it again and trim that off and waste it, just cut that in half. We're only gonna use a quarter of the cabbage. So before we take the core out, put that on the nice clean flat side and then trim up your edge. Just enough so that there's no more oxidized bits. But I will say that cabbage is a vegetable that will last a long, long time in the fridge. This cabbage core I find on the Savoys, out of all other varieties, this is like the most bitter cabbage core. So I don't know if you want this one, Titan. Okay, now we got our quarter of cabbage, and because this is going on the grill, we're gonna kind of cut like cabbage steaks from it, I guess. I think I'm gonna do three cuts. Do wedges, and then kind of try and keep them together. And they're all the same thickness and size. So before those go on the grill, we'll just oil them up and salt and pepper them. And then probably no more than 5 minutes over the charcoal. Got that. Now the eggplants. These beauties. They really are beauties. Yeah, bitter cabbage core. Cabbage has such a bad rep in Europe. It's poor people food. That's really sad, Vune. Yeah, cabbage is so good. It's so versatile. Okay, I always like to kind of peel up the parts of the eggplant that are hanging down, but careful because sometimes it's spiky on this part. It seems like maybe through transport, all of the little spikes have fallen off. It's a bit safer. I just remember when I was growing the eggplants, got like a few spikes in my hands. I was like, ouch. Was a bit offended that the eggplant would do such a thing to me. Okay, so this guy, I think we're just gonna char it whole and then cut it up afterwards. That should be the safest. I don't wanna cut it up too much, I don't think. And also I don't wanna cut it too early because this is a vegetable that will oxidize quickly. So it'll start to turn brown as it sees more air. Give me 30 seconds, friends. Just kidding. Just kidding, guys. Just kidding. You wish you knew how to make sauerkraut. Titan. We just made sauerkraut, what, 2 weeks back on stream? Yeah, that is so true, Paloozer. Many of like the higher end foods now, all of the expensive things actually used to be the poor people food. What? Why? Why is this a thing? Okay, cross those ones off, and now let's take a peek at our green curry recipe. Find out what kind of ingredients we're gonna need for the sauce. So let's get out some chicken or vegetable broth, whatever you got. I have chicken, so that's what I'm gonna use, because I think that'll give us the best flavor. And it's not gonna overpower the cod either. Like I always say, a little bit of chicken or vegetable broth is always better than water. So I'll take that out and put it by the stove. Yeah, brisket used to be cheap. Flat iron. Like there's so many of those cuts that have almost been like wrecked because of restaurants, we can say. Yeah, make brisket cheap again. We did see a meme about a month back, Vune, and at one of the like protests, so one of the Black Lives Matter protests, there was a guy with that sign that said make brisket cheap again, or brisket prices are too high. We're like, yes. It's the truth though. Okay, we got our chicken broth. Let's do, probably need 2 cans of coconut milk, maybe 3. I'm thinking 2 cans is gonna be perfect for this. And you want a good quality one, so this is what we use. It doesn't have to say premium on it. And yes, it is unsweetened. What's the other brand I really like? Tropical Isle. That's also a good one. So we'll open up those cans and have them ready. You really want to eat a ton of roasted meat again? Vune, you have to come and visit. Okay, we got the fish sauce out already. We need a little bit of white vinegar. That's an interesting one. I don't know if I recall putting that in last time. A little bit of sugar, obviously salt. Oh, got a little woodpecker. He's climbing on my tomatoes in the garden. What a little cutie. Aw, he's obviously checking for like bugs and stuff. I think it's the sapsucker. He has a red head. Oh, I know what we're gonna use instead of white sugar. Some coconut sugar. Yes. Lazy Lousy, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Williams, are there any low price cuts now that we are going to crank up in price in the future? No, we can't talk about it. Because once you say it, it happens. Yo, bonk, that's still something I have to experience in my lifetime, is going to a Korean barbecue place. I've still never experienced that. I've done like hot pot and all that sort of stuff, dim sum, but I've never gone to a Korean barbecue yet. Keyword yet. Okay, we have our chicken broth, coconut milk, fish sauce, coconut sugar, obviously salt is back there. We have our kaffir lime leaves and all of our veggies. And then if you can get your hands on it, use Thai basil. Or if you can't, we're just gonna use a bunch of our regular Italian basil. Because yeah, Thai basil is a bit hard to find here. I know, bonk. I know, my life will be changed forever whenever I have the Korean barbecue. Okay, so we only have 2 cans to open up. Easy peasy. Tri-tip is underrated, though not super cheap. We have had tri-tip twice in our lifetime. One, like the first time we had it, we were at least like in California, in Oceanside by San Diego. And yeah, they served it as a sandwich with just like a simple sauce. It was done really well. And then we did that on stream a few months ago now. And by what the butchers tell us, we're not gonna see tri-tip for a long, long time. He says by the time the sides of beef even make it up to Canada, all of those cuts are already gone off of it. The tri-tip's gone. Sometimes the brisket's already gone. It's like, what? Why? How is that a thing? Hey, X-ray specialist, welcome in. Your local butcher is selling filet right now for $8 a pound. What? That's a good deal, for sure. I would get in on that if you could. And then, yeah, like you said, but a tri-tip is $12 a pound? That's what I mean. It's like, I don't know if it's just the popularity from the restaurants using those cuts, but it's just like skyrocketed. For what reason?
There was Wagyu tenderloin at Costco today.
They had
$75
Wagyus.
a kilo.
Oh my gosh, did you guys hear that just now from Sam? Wagyu tenderloin, $75 a kilo.
That's not in my budget. I'm sorry.
Yeah, not in our budget. Sorry, guys. Okay, we got our coconut milk. We're good. Okay, now I'm going to take my 30-second break. I'll be right back. It's a sneaky Sammy. I was like, hey, what are you doing in the kitchen? Okay, sauce ingredients. I think I can give that a check. It's a salmon. Yeah, we can, because we're not going to chop up the basil until the very end because it also turns brown once we start to chop it. So we'll do that right at the end so it stays nice and fresh. Only other thing we got to do is get our rice on. That's it. So I think we're safe to start cooking our curry sauce. Yeah, he's always in the kitchen sniffing around.
What?
It's good. It's nice to have you here. Unlockable characters. Thank you for that follow. Okay, what does Nagi say? She says, heat your oil in a heavy base skillet or pot over medium-high heat. Add your curry paste and cook for 2 to 3 minutes until it mostly dries out. She says, do not breathe in the fumes. Do not put your face in the pot, guys.
No molten curry today, please.
No molten curry?
No.
Oh.
Yeah.
Where's that clip from last time? Was it green curry?
Yeah.
I thought it was mole that we were making.
No, it was green curry.
Oh.
Pretty sure.
Why'd you remind me of that? Now I'm stressed.
You're stressed already?
Okay, X-ray. You need to get your knives out of the drawer. Do I love, like, or hate the magnets? Love. 100% love. None of those knives have fallen off. And yeah, a few of them are quite weighted. Was it a 2-pack from Amazon, Sam?
No.
It was not a 2-pack from Amazon.
They're IKEA ones, though. I'm pretty sure they're...
Nope.
No, they're not.
Nope. We bought those off of Amazon. I think they're about 20 bucks a piece. And yeah, like I said, no knives have fallen off. And we trust them so much that we're going to be putting the knife magnets in the food truck too.
Yep.
And the other thing, it's just nice to be able to see all the knives and to be able to grab it when you need it.
Plus, it looks cool.
That is a great point, View. Yeah, people don't realize if you're going to put a wet knife on the magnet, it could potentially rust. So please don't do that. Always make sure your knives are clean and dry when you use the magnet. Same thing for a knife block, though. Do you really want to be putting a dirty knife into the knife block? No. No, no, no. Your knives are all carbon steel, so you have to dry them anyways. Yup. Yeah, you will learn real quick why to dry them. Okay. So we are going to start cooking our curry paste with a little bit of coconut oil for a few minutes. And then we add in our liquids, so our chicken broth and the coconut milk. Mix to dissolve the paste. We can then add a little bit of our fish sauce, some of the sugar, no salt at that point. Add in the kaffir lime leaves. If you're going to be adding in any type of protein to the mix or your veggies, add it at that point. And then you just let that simmer out for about 7 to 10 minutes. Obviously, you want all of your veggies to be cooked through. I don't like when they go mush, so I keep them a little bit more al dente because of it's a texture thing for me, for curries for sure. So yes, let's just take a look at our carrot, bell pepper, and mushrooms. I would say this entire bowl, when we dump it into the curry, will take 10 minutes to cook it through. Because it's gonna cool off the sauce and will take a bit to bring it back up to temp. Once this stuff has been charred up, it should be maybe a 2-minute, just a little reheat in the sauce, and then that's good to go. I like to simmer my green curry sauce for about like 15 minutes or so before adding any of those other flavorings, so it really comes together. So while that's simmering, we'll be charring up our vegetables, and then everything should time out that way, guys. So I think we're gonna actually pop outside right now and go light up the mini max, get our little bit of charcoal going. Hello, Scat. Oh man, we had 2 tier 2 resubs today, guys. And on your birthday, chat. We need the biggest happy birthday right now for Scat. 29 months in a row, subscribe tier 2 to the channel. I hope you are well, Scat. Happy birthday indeed.
Happy birthday!
Hope you get something special for it today at least. And yeah, we are cooking up some seafood, so that's quite fitting. Okay, I'm gonna pop outside real quick, set up that camera for the mini max, and then we're gonna light that fire. Looking at the trees. Nice green trees. At least we have green things here to break up all of the gray. That is the sky. I think. Move this guy over a bit more. Boop. And guys, is it a little bit dark? Do I gotta turn on the little patio lights? You gotta turn on the lights? Let's set the mood. Okay, we gotta take the top off, open up the bottom completely, open this baby up. Let's get our egg mitt. There's a spider on it. I'm good. Throw that one on the ground. Thank you. Okay, we gotta take the grate out. Okay, spider has exited. We can have our other glove back. Thank you. He's like, Kate, I was like having a nap because it was so nice and warm in there. Okay, mix around all the charcoal, guys. Maybe we can get a bit more inside. And I actually think I gotta lift this entire thing out, and we got a vacuum inside. We got some ashes built up. Where's my special little... No, that's not the special lifter. Just pick up the fire ring. Like that. And now just watch your eardrums, guys, because I'm just going to vacuum all of that ash discard out. So if you have headphones, please be aware. I'm going to be lighting this or starting it up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh yeah, that's like a brand new egg. What a beaut. Okay, Now, well, my hands are already charcoaled, so just gonna not put my glove on. So we put our fire bowl back in the bottom. And the fire ring. Okay. Let's fill her back up. And I don't usually pick too big of chunks of charcoal to light in the Mini Max. I find that if you have kind of smaller bits of charcoal, you'll get a more even bed of coals that way. And it also lights quicker. So I'm digging down to the bottom. Oh, also guys, we were asked by Big Green Egg if there's anything that we would like to see in the future from the brand as far as products go, like accessories or anything like that, because, well, I know a bunch of you, or at least a few of you in chat, have an egg. So if you guys are in here, let us know. What do you want to see? We said for sure the rotisserie done by Big Green Egg. For sure, for sure. Okay. I think let's use the battery powered loaf today.
Why is it rocking?
Why is what rocking?
No, that should rock
What?
inside. You don't have it set right.
Oh. Is there a specific little hole?
Yeah, so see how there's no air going in? Okay.
Oh. Oh, I see it.
There's a way. Also, there's pieces of charcoal in there, I think. There's something screwed up.
Or maybe I just had it in the wrong spot.
Oh, there's a line?
Yeah.
Follow the line.
Okay.
Now for the ring.
Learning things. Wow, I must have lucked out the first time I cleaned it then and just put it back in the right spot.
No, I fixed it last time too.
Oh. Rookie moves. Okay, going to get the other loofed. Hey, every day is something new, guys. Good thing Sammy's at home. It's true, he is really the pit master. There we go. First we got the heat. I don't know if it's just me, guys. I have a hard time like holding on to both buttons and keeping it tipped upside down. So you gotta like hold the trigger on the back as well as the flame button on the front. Oh, you don't? Sam says just start it and put it in. We're starting. Oh, word. So you want it directly on the charcoal. The heat element in this thing, guys, 1200 degrees Fahrenheit. And then it has a little blower as well. Okay, that makes it easier if you don't have to hold the buttons. And it does guarantee lighting a fire in 2 minutes or less. Pretty amazing. I will say though that the jealous devil charcoal, so that's what I put in here, it does take a little bit longer to light. It's a bit harder of a wood, I think. I need more flame though, don't I? So if I want it to heat up again, I just press flame.
Wait for a second. So you have 0 charcoal anywhere other than that one spot. So build yourself a fire.
And then spread it?
And then spread it once you have a fire. It's like you're camping.
Okay guys, we're treating it like a campfire. We're getting all of the guidance from Sammy today. Thankfully, he's here.
Okay.
Teaching us the pro way to light the fire.
JD is a little harder though to light, so you still might not be successful doing it this way, but you'll get a really good fire with that one.
Yeah, right.
So we'll see.
We'll see, guys. Yeah, every day is a little bit of something new. And you should always be trying new things all the time as well to find what really works for you.
So get the other one started.
The other loofed? Oh my gosh, we're going double loof today. We're going electric powered now. Oh yeah.
If you want a bed of coals, start with a pile.
Build it up and then break it down. Okay.
If not, you're waiting like 2 hours for that to heat up.
Yeah.
Because you had one nugget.
I know.
Lit.
I was
So
like,
that
well,
was-
this is not doing anything.
Yeah.
That's working really well now. Thanks, Anna. Every day I use this thing, I feel a little bit more comfortable. And to me, that's the most important part. So start spreading it back this way too if you can. You want it rocking. Yeah, I think we're good now. Maybe a bit more on this big guy. Just notice he's not really lit yet. He ain't lit. But he is now. Yeah. Fun with fire. Okay, guys. Now, we're gonna close her up. And keep everything open for now, and we'll come check it in like 5 minutes so we can start our curry. Start that curry, not in a hurry. Just gotta wash up my hands. Oh, hello, friends. Hello. I actually think we can do outdoor and indoor for now. That way I can watch the grill at the same time I'm cooking my curry. And then whenever we put the rice on is the same time that we're gonna cook the sable fish. Take about the same amount of time, I would say, from start to finish. Drink some water? Okay. Give me one moment. Primitive fire is fun. Yeah, scat. Flint and steel. Yeah, that is primitive for sure. Okay, let's get our pot out. What am I feeling? I need a pretty big one. I think we'll make the green curry in the green pot. Just... The white pot was the one that wrecked us last time.
Your face there was priceless.
Like, what am I gonna do? Who remembers the molten curry from last time, guys? Thank you, Scat. Cheers to staying hydrated. Did you see Big Green Egg has a green Dutch oven? Yes. Okay, this one, a bit lower quality, as you can see. I've never, like, burnt the bottom of this. Just over time, all of the things that I've made, it just kind of brings in the color. So this is a Lagostina, and this thing, over 5 years old, so that's something to say as well. Yeah, it's just kind of my go-to. Usually I cook, like, pulled pork in there. It's really good for cooking pork, braising all sorts of stuff. Okay, so start with either vegetable oil or coconut milk. That's what I just said. Or coconut oil. Let's do like 2 tablespoons worth at least. And that's what we're gonna saute the curry paste in. So let's turn that on to a medium-high heat. It's raining? Word. Just in time for us to go grill outside. Still works. That's the thing, yeah. Still nothing sticks to it, so that's good. Your lodge no longer looks pristine either. Oh, do you have one of the enamel-coated lodges, Williams? I've always wondered how the quality of those was. Because the price point is super nice. Okay, guys, so I'll show you here. There's our green curry paste that will go into this once it's all nice and hot. You can open up our chicken broth as well. And that's there. And I'm gonna just quickly bring our cabbage and eggplant outside. That way it's by the grill ready to go. Picked up a cast iron skillet for $2 and looking up how to refurbish it. It's a crappy one, but planning on using it on coals. Is the coating on the inside, is it just cast iron or is it enameled? The quality is really high on the Lodge ones. Not Le Creuset, but at 1/5 of the price, you have no complaints. Their raw cast iron one is nice. Yeah, we're looking into getting like some sort of bean pot for the grills outside. Obviously don't want anything nicely enameled on the outside for that.
Bean pot.
Bean pot. Baked beans. Fire's looking pretty good, guys. Just had a little peek.
Looking good?
Yeah, it is looking good, Simon. Turn on the fan a bit. And then we need a spoon for sure. Just Cast Scat. It's a cheap Martha Stewart one made in China. I would say just give it a good scrub with like a metal scrubby, and then use like a good quality vegetable oil with a paper towel and just rub it all over, and probably just give it like 3 or 4 layers of seasoning in your oven. Usually we do it at like 350 Fahrenheit. And so oil it, put it in the oven. As soon as it kind of starts to smoke, bring it out, do another layer, put it back in, and just do the same thing for like a few hours. Usually like non-enamel cast irons are way easier to bring back to life than the enamel ones, because yeah, we get the enamel ones like on our secondhand Facebook marketplace here all the time, and people just destroy them. It's like, yeah, I get that you're selling it for half the price, but this won't even cook anything without it sticking now. Hello, saucy upside down. Oh, that just means that I have my camera actually flipped. Just playing a trick on you, late night tough guy. Okay, how is this? If you're unsure how your oil is doing, you can just drop a little bit of the paste in. And then another note, we're not gonna add all of this curry paste at first. I always like to reserve like at least half a cup to just mix in at the end for like a little bit of an extra kick of bright flavor. So let's see how our oil is. If it sizzles, we're good. Okay, it's sizzling. We're gonna have like a cup left over. That's gonna be perfect. And wow, that just got so fragrant. Okay, spread that out. We just kind of want to keep stirring it around. We don't really want it to sit in one spot. Okay, now she's simmering down a bit. Oh, I think we nailed it on the flavor profile on this, guys. The smells. Insanely good. So if she says only cook it out for about 2 to 3 minutes until it kind of concentrates. A little bit less liquidy looking. And then we can add our coconut milk and our chicken broth or vegetable broth. Has anyone in chat ever done like a green curry from scratch like this before? I really hope at least one person has, because it will blow your mind. A vinegar and water bath. Oh, I guess I could see that, Scat. Just take off all the rust. Once a long time ago clone. You don't remember all the steps. Yeah, that's fair. But you can still say that you've done it once, man. I think we're almost there. And it's always like kind of cool how all of that oil we put in just kind of emulsified this paste. Just cooked right into it. That is looking perfect to me. pour a little bit of the fat off of the top of that. Chicken broth. Not gonna go in with all of it right away. Come in with 2 cans of our coconut milk. Squeeze the coconut fat out. Where's the liquid? There we go. That's how you know your coconut milk is good. When like the top 2/3 of it is just solid coconut fat. Yum. And yeah, there is a huge difference between like good quality coconut milk and not. I made the mistake one time. That's it, guys. One time. I like went for the cheaper brand. Never again. It tastes like almost plasticky if I can remember. What's my opinion on store-bought chicken or beef stock? Any preferences? I don't bash it, and my one preference is better than bouillon. So it's like a paste. Show you it in a sec once I have this mixed up. So all we're gonna do now, guys, is just bring this up to a simmer, and then like I said, I like to simmer this for about 15 minutes before we add anything else to it. Yeah, better than bouillon. And it's organic as well. So they do a chicken, beef, and a veg. This is the label. And you can pick these up at Costco for a nice price. And yeah, if you look at the ingredients, like first ingredient, the vegetable one, mirepoix, carrot, celery, onion, tomato paste, cane sugar. I got celeriac juice in here. Like, it's all natural things. Nothing weird in there. And it's also not too salty. So way more flavor than salt. So that's my brand that I would recommend. Okay, let's go check on our fire, guys. Maybe spread out those coals and start charring our veg in a little bit. It really is the best, hey, Kame? And hi, Eric. Good to see you. As well as Mini Thea. Hi, hi. Okay. Oh, she's reading 400. Give her a little burp. Oh, yeah. Look at that nice little bed of coals. Okay, so that's why Sam said start, especially this type of charcoal, excuse me, in a nice, like, pretend like you're building a campfire. And then we can spread them out after that. But look at how quick that lit up. So I'm going to put this big guy kind of back into the center with these littler ones so we can get them lit. That. Okay, we spread her out. We'll come back in probably another 2 minutes only. Put on our grate, let that kind of clean off, and then we'll be getting into our veg. I am going to also close down just the bottom a bit now, just by about 1/4. And then I'm also gonna pop this top on, guys, and only close it by about 1/4 as well. Wow, it smells good in here. Going from outside to in here. Yes. Okay, let's do a dual view. There we go. That works. This might be my best green curry yet. I don't think I've ever gotten it this vibrant in color before. I am very excited. Okay, so I'm going to add a few of the dried kaffir lime leaves. Oh no, Swilliams! You didn't know you had to put it in the fridge after you open it. Yeah, that's kind of the only important thing about the Better Than bouillon. Gotta put it in the fridge because it's like very natural ingredients. It might be still good. I mean, use your nose, use your eyes, and your tongue if you want to taste it. If there's no mold, you should be okay, man. Okay, so a handful of lime leaves. She says a teaspoon each of fish sauce and sugar. So I'm gonna go 5 squirts of the bottle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we'll just leave that to the side here because we might need it later when we're tasting it for all the flavors and seasoning. Seems fine. You used it once and forgot about it for nearly a year. Well, I'm glad you found it again, man. Okay, and then a little teaspoon of coconut sugar. Should leave that one out too. Basically, all of these aromatics we're adding right now, leave them to the side because we might need them later. And she says, do not add any salt yet. No salt. Yeah, unliked siblings, they make great taste testers. Clone, sometimes the lids on your bouillon jars get so glued that it sprains the muscles in your hand. Yo, one pro tip about that, if your jar is like closed really tight, just run it under some warm water and it'll loosen up that stuff on the top of the lid and you should be able to not sprain your hand opening it. Okay, I'm gonna go put that grill grate over those coals. Let that heat up a bit. We can start to kind of set up our rice and our fish station for ourselves. DG, yeah, I haven't seen you live in like a year. Bro, it was only 5 days. I know it feels like forever, but it wasn't actually that long. Hello, Matt. How are you, man? Hope you've had a good week so far. Okay, fish pan. Let's get out our little rice pot. I'm only gonna cook us a cup of rice. You're doing well, you're at work and ready for the weekend. Yeah, I think all of us are this week. And yeah, clone, it is raining. That is pretty exciting. The rain does feel good. Okay, I'm gonna measure out my rice while I'm in here. So I'm doing jasmine rice. That's the traditional Thai variety of rice. Yeah, don't leave me again. Yo, we gotta work the day job though to pay the bills, DG. Our dry rice kernels in the pot. Now that's good to go. And then we'll just toast it up real quick. That's what I'm hoping for, Williams. I'm hoping the rain is gonna clear the smoke away a little bit. For sure. Just putting a few ingredients away as well, since we got a little time for that. And so far, we've not really made any dishes either. I quite enjoy that. Okay, let's give our curry a little stir. And now, I'm gonna grab some tongs. I think we're gonna head outside and start grilling. Bring the iPad out so I can watch the curry on the stove with me. Headed over to your parents for a cake. What kind of cake, Scat? You'll be back when you get there. Sounds good, man. Do I rinse my rice, Matt? I never rinse my rice. Never. Everyone always thinks I'm so crazy for that. She's really coming down out here now. Boom. There we go. Yeah, short grain we would rinse, but yeah, I never rinse the long grain. I'm with you, Manitoban. Okay, a little birch see. Yeah, that's a nice bed of coals, guys. Just glowing. Clean up that grill grate now that she's been burnt. Burn it off. Okay, so the eggplant I'm gonna do not dressed at all. Just gonna pop those right over the coals kind of in the back and just let kind of the outside char up. But real quick, I'm going to bring the cabbage in and we're just gonna give it an oil and salt on the outside because I think it'll taste better with that. Oh my gosh, Uncle Roger, he's the best DG. I think Uncle Roger wants you to rinse your rice though. Okay, real quick. And I'm just going to do a grapeseed oil. Just a little bit of a drizzle of a grapeseed oil. Matt, do you usually cook short grain or long grain rice though? Just like pouring the oil into my hand so I can distribute it better. And now that I have a bunch in there, just kind of rub the outside of the cabbage. So we don't want it like dripping with oil, but we definitely want enough to help it like caramelize. Try and keep all your little cabbage wedges together as well. Maybe a bit more oil on that one. There we go. And some salt. Yay, our curry finally came up too. Just gonna give it a quick stir. Just a little sprinkle. SG Sergeant Nasty. SGT Nasty. That is Sergeant Nasty. Thank you for the follow. Okay, let's go back out. Whoa, there's a bunch of dirt on the rice? I have never even thought of that, man. Whew, it's really calming down. Okay, let's open her up. See how we're doing. Oh yeah, she's just starting. I'll let that stay open a bit, and then we'll put our little cabbage pieces down. Beautiful. We'll keep that bowl there for ourselves as well. If we find that the eggplants are taking too long whole, we can also cut them in half, which I am currently debating on doing, but it is actually cooking quite nice. If I roll it over, you can already see it's starting to soften. Yeah, Manitoban, I've never owned a rice cooker. I love cooking the rice on the stovetop. Yeah, Kame. Yeah, someone like Kame Boko, if you're Japanese, you would get in heck for not washing the rice. Yeah, from Uncle Roger. This is blasphemy, Matt. Don't worry, we're doing the fish inside today. Yeah, last week we grilled the fish out here. This week we're doing it inside. And yeah, I'm just cooking this with the lid open right now, so I can get a little bit of some charring action on the cabbage. Let those coals get rocking hot, and then I'll close it down a bit so we can keep some steam in there to also cook the veggies. Yeah, vegan meat and fish. Too good. Yeah, what is that? Taco on the grill? No. It's vegetables that you must eat. Flip that little guy over. And I really like cooking like this. It's fun. And as you guys can see, even though the coals look like they're really hot, it's actually not. It's not that hot to like handle all of this stuff. So that's why I'm using my hands to just kind of give a peek. A rice polisher? So is that a thing then, Kameboko, that like rice is actually dirty? Okay, that looks like a nice bed of coals, guys. It's really glowing now, so I'm gonna close this up. And right now, the bottom's like half open. Top's like a third closed. For short and medium grain rice, yes. So interesting. Have you ever tried cooking skinned veggies on just the coals? I have not yet, Joshua Klein, but I'm definitely working my way towards that. I'm definitely not a fire master just yet, but we do have Francis Mallman's cookbook, the fire one, so I should actually read it. I'm sure it would teach me some new stuff. I didn't think you were crazy, Matt. I just said I never heard of that before. I just thought that, like, dirty rice was a little bit crazy. I can smell the cabbage charring, so I'm going to open this up. probably able to flip this guy. Well, we'll go a bit more. And as it cooks, it will start to fall apart a bit, so that's why I'm using my hands as well. Using tongs is a bit risky right now. Check on our eggplant. Can you guys see how the skin's starting to like get wrinkled? That's what we're looking for. So give that a flip again. Okay, I'm going for the flip. I'm gonna go from this side and over. Yeah. Yum. This one too. Ah. It's okay if a little bit falls through. It's okay, guys. These are the sacrificial cabbages for Matt. I hope you're happy, man. Okay, close it back up. Creole dirty rice. Manitoban. Hilarious. She is really coming down out here, guys. We got some raindrop ASMR, big time. Just gotta protect our little cord here. We're good. We're good. I know. They need the rain, hey? They need it. Okay, let's have another peek. This stuff, I think, is almost done. Checking the other side. It really starts to fall apart once it gets cooked. But we'll let it go a bit more. That guy's almost done too. Flip that back onto that side. I've also never had a green curry with like any type of charcoal flavor in it, so I'm very intrigued by this. Oh, DG. Okay, I'll have a drink of water when I get back inside. Do I prefer cooking with fire, or do I think some foods should only be done on a stove? I mean, I enjoy cooking with fire. It's really fun. And I think it's all personal preference, Josh. Like, we've done all sorts of stuff over the fire just to, like, show you guys that basically anything is possible. But I don't think that there's anything that should just be done on a stove. And bonk! I am sorry to hear that. Yeah, it's time for you to go work on your Friday. Okay, I'm gonna get this little cabbage wedge off. It's looking super good. So that's what we're looking for as far as coloring. And now I'm gonna move this guy right over these hotter coals. Same with that one. This guy over here too. I'll leave that open again. You can't call out. Chat, don't be a bad influence for Bonk. Yeah, the coworker's on vacation. He can't. Yeah, we should actually do that comparison. Hey, DG? Cook a burger on the stove and a burger over fire, see which one's better. Well, I can tell you which one I think would be better. Take that little piece. Yeah. Yeah, smash burger on a flat top and cast iron. That is like my favorite for sure, Cami. Smash burgers are life. Oh yeah, the eggplant's getting soft. Beautiful. Just one little kiss of the flames. Look at that. I think we can go a bit more still. And then this one I'm actually going to turn over one more time. Let's not let that guy fall through. This one I'm going to flip as well a bit. And this guy, I think, pretty much done. I'm going to take that off. Crows are upset. Yum. Steaming bowl of grilled veggies. This one was quite a large eggplant, so I'm not surprised that it's taken a bit longer. Okay, I'm gonna close that back up. Keep it like a third closed as well. We're gonna go start our rice. That's what I was thinking, Matt. I was like, I've never really had a green curry with any sort of charcoal influence on it or in it. Sauce is looking great as well, guys. Okay, so now that we're starting the rice, we have 20 minutes. We know that we have 20 minutes-ish until we're ready to serve. So we're starting with the dry rice kernels in a pot, going with 1 cup of rice. And I just turn that on to a medium-high heat. All right, Bonk, you have a wonderful day at work. And yes, see you tomorrow. Stay safe, stay healthy wherever you are. X-Ray, you've cooked the same meal on the same portable stove, indoor and outdoor, and fresh outdoor air makes it taste better. Just your tiny science experiment. I like that. Yeah, those are the things that people don't really think about. Okay, the other thing I'm gonna get ready here is our fish pan. So let's pour in some vegetable oil, just enough to coat the bottom. And then every few minutes or so, we're just gonna swirl that rice as it toasts. Soften up the rice with a hammer. What? That's why we call you the Mad King, Matt. Propane and gas doesn't really matter if it's indoor or out, in your opinion, Shiggity. I kind of agree with you in that aspect. I think that's also a fair point. Let's take a look at this curry sauce right now. So see how we kind of have a layer of fat on the top? That's exactly what we are looking for. And then we need to get our 2 cups of water ready for our rice kernels. And then real quick, we'll go check on our eggplant. Quick, quick. And hello, Rook. How are you doing today? Oh, Rain's almost done. One little flip. Definitely charred skin on that side. So a couple more minutes on that guy, and then it's good to go. Oh yeah, you're really toasting. Okay, about one more minute toasting that rice, and we got water going in. I'm doing good, Rook. Yep, thanks for asking, man. Just steady on the grind over here as always. You're surprised I didn't put any herbs in the rice, Matt? I think typically when I do really any sort of curry, I always keep the rice really plain so that we can let the curry really like come forward. The rice is just a filler in my opinion. I don't want to take away from the lovely curry sauce we spent so much time making. Okay, so about half of those rice kernels are toasted. The way that I'm able to tell is they turn more white as they get toasted compared to translucent. Let's do 1 cup. Two cup. And then I still have the heat on medium high, and we're gonna put a lid on it. Rice with some fresh jasmine and basil. Yo, where do you get fresh jasmine from? That sounds very intriguing to me. Rook. Yeah, you get the jasmine from the jasmine trees. Basil rice is super good though, Matt. I'm with you on that. We're gonna put a ton of basil in for garnish though at the end. I think that's what we're gonna do instead. Okay, so we're just gonna wait for that rice to come up to a boil. Let's go grab our eggplant. Should be good to go. We'll close down the grill. Give it a feel. Yep, she's soft all over. Okay, bottom closed. Top off. Done. Close down. We good. This veggie smells so good. The rice is up. Just gonna pop that lid real quick. And I'm just gonna go grab my technological components from outside. Just got them out of the rain. Okay, Cookie says, so I get my new Grand Cherokee in a month or so. The 4-wheel drive should be good enough to get you through all the snow to pick up your barbecue in Canada and bring it back. There we go. That's the master plan for sure, Cookie. I'm in. Planning for the future. Okay, guys, I am going to, I think now is a great time for us to put all of this vegetables into the mix for sure. So I'm going to turn that up to a medium high heat again, just because I know they're going to cool the sauce off pretty quickly. So those are going to start going. We'll chop up our eggplant and cabbage. Then we can add those at the very end. So carrots, bell peppers, and mushrooms is what we just added. And the mushrooms are gonna float for the first bit until they soak up some of the liquid. And it is more than okay if the rice is done earlier rather than later, because she can sit for a good amount of time staying hot. So I'm just gonna put the lid like kind of semi on just to build up a little bit of steam in there. Okay, because these are charred up a little bit, I don't want that to transfer into my wooden cutting board, so I'm just gonna get a plastic board out. Hello, Annie, how are you? Smells so good. And I chose these two vegetables to char up and put back into the curry because I thought they would be the most flavorful when they were charred. Although we can say that like grilled mushrooms, carrots, and bell peppers are all good as well. Okay, so once again, because we're going to be eating our curry with a spoon, we just want to cut all of our vegetables into nice bite-sized pieces. So no larger than like an inch, I would say. Just come back across this. And we'll add in all our cabbage pieces like that. Like if we taste that right now, so good. Mmm. It's like roasty toasty. You're glad it's the weekend, Annie? You're not the first one to come in and say that. Everyone's just ready this week. Did we all have a little bit of a rough one or what? Thick piece of cabbage core there. Okay, now we have our charred cabbage bits. Peeking at our rice. She's almost done. Annie, you just administered the first AP Physics test of the year. And how was that? Yeah, I burnt everything. Yeah, clone, we were talking earlier on stream, and it's like we can't really remember the last time we've like seen blue sky with sunshine. It's like, where's that been? I'm gonna cut this one into thirds because it's just a bit fatter. Nice. So yes, you can see as the eggplant cooks, it also kind of oxidizes as well. So that's why it's a little bit browned inside, because we are charring the outside. Okay, just peeking at our rice, guys. So we can see all of our little bubbles in the pot, all of our little air pockets. That's how we get super fluffy rice. So it's not gonna be like heavy, dense, and all stuck together. All the kernels are gonna stay separate. So that's why I love to cook my rice this way. Okay, so I'm just cutting like little half moons of the eggplant until it gets to that size, and then we'll cut it in half lengthwise again. We'll go back over. This does make me want to make baba ganoush though. We have 2 more eggplants to use. We'll see, guys. If there's any like really charred bits of the eggplant skin, you can discard it. If you're like, oh, that's like a bit burnt, yeah, I would take that away because it's pretty papery and could be a touch bitter. But for the most part, it looks like it charred up really nice and evenly. So there's that, guys. And then all we're looking for on our rice, so nice and dry in the bottom of the pot, we're almost there. Our curry is now up. So I'm going to turn that back down so it can just slowly simmer. Beautiful. I'm going to put the eggplant and the cabbage in the last like 3 minutes. So we can get rid of that from the cutting board. Rinse off our knife. Okay, so it's starting to sound like the rice is sizzling onto the bottom of the pot. So that is when I obviously do one more check. Yeah, the bottom is completely dry now. And we're just gonna put a lid on it and take it off of that hot burner. Put it in a nice, not hot burner, so it doesn't keep cooking. We're gonna switch to that view now. Yeah, I'm a heathen. I don't rinse my rice, guys. Scat, thank you. Keeping me hydrated. Okay. Give this one more stir. Give the veggies a feel. Oh yeah, we are almost there. Okay, I'm gonna turn that down to low, low, low. And let's turn on the fish pan. And I'm gonna go a medium heat on that fish pan. Let's get out our black cod, guys. It's finally time. That looks interesting now. So we rubbed the black cod with the curry paste as well. Look, it has like a little bit of moisture that was drawn out of it. And so we thought that maybe that would give it some extra flavoring when we cook it. And I think I'm actually going to like rub this off and try and get it as dry as possible. What do you guys think? Otherwise, I was just gonna cook it like skin down. But I think it might look a little bit like messy and dirty if we leave that on. Hello, Mythical. Good to see you. You have power. Hey, that is good news. Throw it in the pan as is. More flavor. Yeah, the only thing we gotta do, Matt, is season it up. So we don't really have any salt in the curry paste itself. So I guess we're building a little bit of a crust on our sable fish. I'm intrigued. I think that as this fish starts to like warm up in the pan, the curry paste is just kind of gonna start to melt all over it. And just be very careful when you put it into the pan because the paste is a little bit wet, and wet things and hot oil do not play well together. Tony's and a hammer. Sally knocked out power at 10 a.m. on Wednesday. He came back from work to a house with power. Yay! That's such good news, Mythical. Okay, I want to see how our curry is tasting since we have a little bit of time. We are getting there. Definitely needs a bit of salt. Heat in it is, I would say, pretty perfect. Is there anything else we needed here? So we can do fish sauce or salt at the end for balancing saltiness. I don't think it needs any more sugar. So why don't we, at this point, because we already have veggies in there too, do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of our fish sauce. I'm gonna do 1 and 2 teaspoons of salt. While that's marrying up, I'm gonna start to think about plating as well. What am I feeling? Definitely want something with a rim. I think it will look the best probably in this nice white bowl. The rice might get lost, but that is okay. This pan looks like it's almost hot. Hot and red. It looks really mild and really soupy. I don't think I've ever had like a thick green curry before, Matt. Have you? Casey Smokey, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. X-Ray, you have a family member that can not have any heat or spices. Can this work without them? It can work without putting any chili peppers in for sure. Just it won't be super traditional because like one of the 5 components of Thai food is spice. But it can work. And we do have the recipe linked here for you guys, so check it out. Both the curry and the curry paste that we made from scratch today. Okay, let's test out our fish pan here. Just gonna do like a slow little drop to start. Let's see if I can even out some of this curry paste. Doesn't look as messy. Beautiful. Slowly drop that in. It's probably gonna spit quite a bit at first. And I'm gonna say this fish will be 4 minutes aside over medium heat. Or if you're gonna cook it unilaterally, which is typically like skin side down, which is how I like to cook my sable fish for the most part, give yourself about 8 minutes, I would say. These are quite thick, like over an inch thick. And that's also why I'm cooking them at a bit of a lower heat. Okay, we have our extra curry paste here, although I don't think we really need it for flavoring in the curry sauce. But you know what, I do like to add just like a little spoonful of the fresh stuff at the end for like a little bit of brightness. But we'll even do that after the eggplant and cabbage has been added. Okay, the only other thing we need is I'm gonna do a mixture of basil and cilantro chopped for garnish. A stable sable fish. Yeah, spice is a thing that you just have to get used to over time. And yeah, if you never eat it, you'll never be able to eat spicy food. And I feel like people don't really know what they're missing when they're like, oh, I can't eat spicy food. Well, have you ever tried it though? Yeah, spice is the spice of life. Okay, so I have a nice little handful of cilantro here. I'm just gonna cut it nice and fine. Just listening to my fish fry back there. The tolerance can be increased. Yeah, Annie. Rook helped us into that, we can say. So he sent us a bunch of like proper hot sauces. And then he guided us kind of with which bottles to start with. I would say it's definitely expanded the amount of heat I can take on my palate. And it's exciting too. Eating spicy stuff. Okay, I just want to check the bottom of that fish. Get a spatula. Also just going to turn this pan. There's a bit of stickage, so you know what that means, guys? That means it's not ready at all. If you can't get the fish skin off of the pan, it's just not ready to flip. Same way if you put a steak on the grill and it doesn't really want to come off, she ain't ready. Yeah, zombie snot. So good. I think still the best application of that hot sauce, because it's like a salsa verde, is eggs. Zombie snot with breakfast, if you know, you know. Okay, got our chopped cilantro. Just, we have a little bit of basil to pick from. And we'll chop that up. If you can get the purple Thai basil, please use that. It will be more traditional in flavor. You love fish for breakfast now that I mentioned breakfast? What? Okay, let's see again. Also, just give it a little poke. Oh yeah, she's cooking nice, slow, and even. We're not even gonna disturb that. I'm not a fan of like crispy fish skin, so I'm not gonna try and save that. But if you wanted a crispy fish skin with what we're doing today, you would even have to cook it at a lower heat, so it would take a bit longer. Grilled fish. You have good memories camping and cooking freshly caught fish over the fire. Me too, Cookie. Me too. This basil smells so good. Okay, so I'm gonna mix the basil and cilantro together for our garnish on the dish. And other than that, you could do like a slice of fresh lime, which we still have to add our fresh lime juice to the curry as well. Let's not forget that. When we add the last little bit of curry paste, that's when we can add the juice of one lime. Let's check our fishes. Oh, I see some bones coming out, so that means it's cooking up nicely. There we go. Give it a tease, a little feel. We're getting there, guys. Gonna turn this around again. I'm gonna say maybe 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes and we're good. So, why don't we finish off our curry? We'll add our eggplant and cabbage, which has been charred and cooked. Yum. One more little hit of our fresh green curry paste. Do like half a cup worth. And then our lime. And can you guys see how messed up I've made the stovetop? Frying fish. That is messy stuff. Hey Kiwi Mish, how are you? Cooked the hair today. It went so well and you're going to bed now. Okay, good night. I'm glad your hair turned out. And that's a large rabbit, guys, not like a head of hair. Is this Zach's cod? It is not. Zach's actually caught no cod for us so far. His grandpa did, but this is from our local fisherman here. Feeling our sable fish. We are close. And you know what I'm gonna do, guys? I'm just gonna actually take this off of the heat now, and I wanna get a little bit of steam on the top of the fillet there. I'm just gonna put a lid kind of propped up over it to get some steam building up. I don't want to cook it too much from the bottom anymore, but I think that's going to help to finish it off. Okay, while we're babysitting that, let's finish our curry up. So it just adds like a nice green vibrance right before you plate it. Because I find that as we keep adding more and more stuff to the curry sauce, it gets a bit diluted in its color. So excited to try this. I'm gonna go another lime. I'm gonna go a juice of another lime. It can take it. Plus these limes are quite small. I guess we could have also like poached the sable fish in the green curry sauce. That would have been good too. Would have soaked up all that flavor. Yeah, the stovetop has been properly seasoned. Thank you, Rook. Okay, I just want to take a little peek at this. I'm gonna put it back on the heat again, a little bit more. Fish is like the protein that I am just the most careful with when I cook it. I really am not doing much else when I'm cooking the fish. Because yeah, we don't want to overcook it at all. Okay, stir in that lime again. I was kind of torn on that last taste, whether it needed a touch more sugar as well. But I think out of anything, it just needs a bit more fish sauce. 5 more squirts. Just a little bit more salt. Take that back off the heat again. That's pretty perfect to me. Pretty perfect. Annie. Yeah, sous vide. That's the other thing I was thinking of today, Kameboko. I was like, I wonder if I should sous vide the fish with the curry sauce. That would be good too. Okay, we are very close here. Very close. Maybe one more kiss of this residual heat from the burner. And other than that, guys, I'm turning off our curry pot. We have our plate here ready to go. We'll bring our curry up here with us too. Let's go purple trivet today. That. Yeah, no open flames around that stove. We need that big old fire suppression system. Oh man. Don't even joke about that, Rook. Okay, we'll bring our rice over as well. Put the sugar away. That's pretty perfect to me, guys. Okay, that's gone. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, while that fish is just finishing up, we'll do our plate up. Basically, I take the fish off when it's just starting to flake apart. That's how I know it's done. It's like sablefish kind of opens up and releases the bones. Very exciting. Okay, so I always start with a nice bed of rice on the bottom of our bowl for the curry. And with this plate up, I want to kind of keep the fish out of the sauce. So kind of prop it up on the rice. So how I'm going to do that, take like a little measuring cup or something like that. I'll just put a little bit of rice in the bottom, but I think I want it even tighter than that. Or you can go with like a cookie cutter, a little ring mold to shape your rice. Yeah, we're going a bit fancy with it today. I think I will do the ring mold. Seems like it'd be easier. It looks perfect.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, hi Snake, how are you? And Kame Boko, thank you for gifting the tier 1 sub to X-Ray Specialist Punk. It's your first time gifting the sub in the channel, and that is 1 entry into the Anova giveaway for you. And you're also paying for the gift sub you got from Matt. Thank you very much for that, and thank you, Matt. Yeah, the sub they got from you, see? Comes full circle. Okay, we have our nice, fluffy jasmine rice. It's not all stuck together. Start putting that in the bottom of the bowl. Being fancy today. We're shaping our rice like the best that you can. It's okay if a few kernels fall out. We're building height on the dish though. That's what we're doing right now. Guacamole mustache, thank you for the follow. Okay, so that's what I did. And now all you do, wiggle it and bring it up. Okay. And I kind of packed it down too, so it would hold its shape. Gonna go out a little bit now. You can grow your own jasmine flowers. It's a pain. What? Why would I want to do that then? And let's get one more trivet out. Yeah, we're going with the fish one for the fish, obviously. Bring that pan over, show you what I'm talking about. So see how like on the edges of the sablefish, it's kind of flaked open? That's what you're looking for. And then we can get into there and pick out any of the little bones. Yeah, it's like flaking apart. Or you can leave them in. Really up to you. But they are a bit smaller, so I don't typically like to serve them with the bone in. I think I want to use that one. And then the only other thing I would love to try and do is take off the skin. But it actually looks really nice. So I think I'm gonna keep it on because it did crisp up like really well. It's not burnt at all either. It's just like nicely caramelized. Whew, that's hot. See those bones there, so I had to get rid of them. If you can see the bone, definitely take it off. Okay, other than that, we would love to keep that in all of its glory. Okay, so nestle that on top of your rice. I really like how that turned out, guys. Like, really love how that's looking. wipe up that bit of oil. And then let's grab a little ladle and we can start ladling our sauce around and the veggies. Yeah, I know. I wish our Hallies grew bigger. I don't know what happened this year, Rook. It's just a COVID year, you know. And hello, John Yu. Hope you are good. I know. I'm happy you popped in, Annie, because I know this is one of your favorites. Okay, so start kind of filling up your ladle with some veggies. And then I want to try and just like pour it around without disturbing the fish. Because we can always wipe the sauce from around the plate. Just can't wipe the sauce off of the sable fish. And I wanted some nice color contrast from this one today too. But those charred eggplants and cabbage look so good. Do one more little spoonful on that side. And one more spoon of sauce. Okay, let's clean it up. Grab our nice clean cloth again. It does help if it's a little bit wet instead of dry. Bringing me back to working in a restaurant, guys. There's always this little thing made up if you're working like fine dining. It's called a plate wipe. Just like roll up a cloth and wet it and like tie it with elastic bands. And the last person to touch the plate always has to wipe the rim. It's like, oh man. Okay, last thing to just kind of brighten up the curry. Because that fish is super bright and green from the paste. Just with our little garnish of basil and cilantro, freshly chopped. And that's how you make curry not in a hurry. For sure. But dang, it's going to taste good. Okay, quick photo op. Gotta grab my phone. Your spice trial cookbook out of storage? What is that, Annie? Okay, how would I even serve this? Probably like that. I like how the crispy fish skin's kind of peeking out there. Bring this closer to me, just for the photo. I'm into it. All right. That over on the stove. That's good to go for salmon. And now we get to have some lunch, guys. We did great today, friends. I think we put a lot of love into this dish. Okay, so in typical Thai fashion, we can only eat with a spoon and a knife. Oh, the rescue puppy. What kind? So cute. I didn't know that Pendleton was a rescue rook. Okay, first things first. Let's get into the fish. If it flakes apart like that, you did good, guys. I'm gonna hope and pray that there's no bones in here. So I'm just gonna be very careful when I eat this. But just look, like sable fish, very fatty, and yeah, it should always be like glistening as it flakes apart. I don't know why they don't call this butterfish, but I think it does have that name in the UK. I can remember from last time we had it and we went over the history. I think it is called butterfish in some other countries because yeah, it just melts in your mouth. I really like the bright green curry flavor on the top of it. I think that was a great idea. And then we kind of get the nice like roasted fish flavor from underneath from the skin where it got caramelized. Really good. Move that over a bit, get a little bit more sable fish. So yeah, see how the skin is just kind of coming off with it? I think that's fine. A little bit of rice. Let's go with some of our charred eggplant and maybe some cabbage. Thank you, Cookie, for the 1,000 biddies. And welcome back, Speed. And hi, Sarah Bellum. Yeah, butterfish. Sounds a lot better than fish butter. It's true. Really adds a depth of flavor and texture. Because the eggplant skin is like kind of staying crispy where it got charred. It's really good. And then the eggplant's really good also for soaking up all of the green curry sauce. Hi Jiggles, how are you today? You hear the little crunch of the cabbage? Just the veins in it. I like it. Okay, see how our mushroom turned out. And the sauce does kind of thicken up once you mix it in with the rice. Starts to soak up the starches and stuff. I will crush all this right now. Thank you, Annie. Wish you had this. Yeah. You got to be drooling right now. Hopefully see you tomorrow, man. And take care. Thank you for popping in today. I know this is one of your favorites. Okay, one more bite of fish. I'm eating the fish skin, guys. I'm doing it. Everything's just so buttery. It's almost as if it needs to be served on a big plate or separate smaller plates. Yeah. Yeah. Get out of here. Don't even come into my dish. Fruit flies. I have nothing bad to say about this, guys. Once again, we use the same green curry recipe and the paste from last time. It's from Recipe Tin Eats. Super, super good. Like, for a rainy gray day that we have outside, this is perfect. Yeah, it's like warming me up already. It's a bit dewy in here, as you can see. The fish looks overdone, Matt. So that's just like a sable fish thing. Because if you look at it, it's definitely not. Is like you actually have to let it start to flake apart. Because it's like so dense. That if you don't let it get to that point, it gets like... yeah, it just kind of stays raw in the middle. You just wanted a close-up. Exactly. But yeah, I mean, I've made the mistake before of not letting it flake to that point, and yeah, it's a little bit under in the center, and I was like, oh, like, dang. But it does make sense that you would think that, because like I said, for the most part, you don't cook fish to the point where it's starting to fall apart. Sable fish is a bit different, though. Okay. I think Sam is napping. I think he's having a nap. I put him to bed with my voice, and we're gonna switch things up. So I'm just gonna put this aside. I'll probably come back to it and have a few bites as we're prepping. Our starter is starting to wake up. I might have to make that ciabatta dough a little bit later after stream because I have to wait for that to be happy. But we can put on the bolognese together for the lasagna. So tomorrow's stream menu and for our food to friends is homemade lasagna. The sauce is homemade. The pasta is going to be made from duck eggs tomorrow. So stay tuned for that. We're doing it all by hand. And there's going to be like a nice herb ricotta layer in there. And then for the sides, Caesar salad. So if you want to know a great homemade Caesar salad dressing, pop in tomorrow for that. And garlic bread too. So that's what the ciabatta buns are for. So we're going to mix up our dough today, let it proof overnight in the fridge for our bake tomorrow. And then as well on the menu tomorrow, lemon lime bars. Lip smacking lemon lime bars. And yeah, Cookie, it's like, what do you serve as a side with lasagna? I couldn't think of anything else except Caesar salad. I was like, that sounds perfect to me. Yeah, nom, nom, nom. I'm gonna do a quick little organization here for myself. I think I'm gonna take all the curry stuff off of the stovetop for now. They're all really hot pots still. I will be using the chicken stock in our bolognese, pretty sure. And we do have that recipe linked as well, guys. It is from Serious Eats, and I have used it before. Very good. I'm just gonna hog all of that green curry, Manitoban, but if you make it over here, I'll definitely share, because there's more than enough for the two of us. Okay, let's look over this recipe. Basic ragu bolognese. So they say ragu bolognese is one of the greatest meat sauces in the world and an essential component of several pasta dishes, including the classic lasagna alla bolognese. This recipe delivers a bolognese sauce with a clean flavor profile that plays up the subtle sweetness of the dairy and aromatic vegetables, along with the warm spice notes of nutmeg. I like that too. A finishing splash of cream, so that will be tomorrow when we heat it back up, creates a luxuriously smooth final texture. So ragu bolognese can be made ahead of time, keeps in the fridge for up to 5 days, I would say a week, and then it can be frozen for up to 3 months. Very good recipe. So it says this makes about 2 quarts, which is not nearly enough for us. And active time is 1 hour just for prepping all of the sauce ingredients, but it's got to simmer for like 3 hours. So that's why I'm doing this today. I'm going to let it go after stream, put it in the fridge, and then tomorrow we'll take a look at it because we don't want to be waiting on the bolognese tomorrow to make the lasagna. That's something that I didn't want to be thinking about. So we're getting a little bit ahead. Yeah, long simmer. You can't rush it. You really can't. You got to take the time. I think slow cooker is possible as well, Manitoban. If you don't want to like watch it, but I can't make any promises because I think it should be like stirred every now and then. Okay, what we're going to need. So we're using a mixture of brisket that we already had ground up. And then I have some pork shoulder that we're gonna grind up for it. But I think what we're gonna do is start browning the brisket in our big pot and cooking it in batches. Because it's gonna be quite a large batch. Like I said, we're making 3 pans of lasagna tomorrow. We're gonna do it in the Lloyd pan. Papa Reagan, thank you for the host. I hope you and Mama are well, and I hope your stream went well too. In a what pan? The Lloyd pan. So remember last weekend when we did the Detroit pizzas? Yeah, Papa Raid, how did it go? What'd you guys do? So the same pans, 10 by 14 that we did the Detroit pizzas in, doing the lasagna in those pans too. Yeah, it sounds like a good lunch. Well, it sounds like I want some extras. I was like, okay, we can do that. That's good, Mama. Thank you for bringing your community into here. Okay. Just looking at my big old Dutch oven here. Wondering if that's gonna be enough. I think so. I guess we can always transfer it if it ends up not being. Get the biggest one out. And I'm just gonna give this stovetop a wipe since it's been well oiled. Oh, nice, Papa. You're getting back into Assassin's Creed for the new one getting released soon. Awesome. Oh, you've had me on in the background. Yes. Thanks, Mama. Okay, switching tasks. Turn that on to a medium-high heat. Definitely getting that hood fan on. Leftover lasagna. Okay, once again, one of those like one-pan wonders that does get better as it sits. Obviously, only like the first few days, and then probably I would say after day 4, it'll start to like slowly see its way out. But those first 3 days, it's like, could this be any better? Oh, really, Papa? You guys were overpowered by Cook with Kate requests to raid? I love that. You never get Mama to yourself. Is that a bad thing? Okay, 3 bags of brisket. Also helps to clear out the freezer, which is nice. And then we have actually like just a bunch of miscellaneous pork pieces to grind up. I was like, I'm clearing it out. Okay, so there's our nice ground brisket. As you guys can see, it is quite fatty. So we're gonna do those in the batches. We'll do 1 bag at a time. And then let's just get out a nice big bowl to put the cooked meat into. It's a bit warm still, so I'll pop that up there. And we want that pot to be hot before we put any meat in there as well. Get out our cutting board for the pork, and then deal with our meat grinder. So our first step, if we're ever grinding our own meat at home, is to put all of the metal pieces into the freezer. And that'll just give us a more clean grind. Keeping everything nice and cold is, instead of it being mushed through, it's actually gonna get cut and ground through. And then it also is much more food safe, keeping everything cold because bacteria likes to be warm. And we are opening up the surface area in the meat. So keeping it cold will reduce the risk of any buildup of bacteria. And then I always try and do this very quick too. No dilly-dallying. And I'm using the medium grind die today. Not too coarse, not too small, just the medium. So I always make sure that my meat grinder is chilling before I start to prep the meat. Got our kitchen shears over there for the beef. And definitely want a spoon. Titan, you have 125K points. What are you planning to do with all of those? Okay, I'm gonna do stove and cutting board view for us. Stove and cutting board, and yeah, that looks really white right now until we start putting in the meat. I'm gonna start crumbling it in. If we drop it in and it sizzles, we're good to go. And we picked up our duck eggs yesterday from the duck egg lady, guys, and we actually got an extra dozen. The ladies were extra good the past 2 weeks. That smells so beefy. Ground brisket. Whew. Okay, I have this pot on medium-high heat, guys. So it's gonna take a bit for that to start browning up. That's why we're doing it in batches, because if we put all 3 bags in there, they're just gonna steam, and the meat's just gonna go like a gray color. I like to drop it all in and then not really disturb it too much for like a good few minutes. Let it get a little crust on the bottom and then we can stir it up. Might do a green leafy request and call it Sammy's Roto-Rooter meal. I'm in, man. I laughed so hard when I read that the other day. Okay, I think I'm just gonna get my boning knife out. Just take care of all this pork. Put it on the steel. Finally got some duck eggs. I know, man, we've actually had them for, what, a month now? We have solidified our supply, and it feels good. The curry should do the same trick. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to switch up that view a bit. And maybe come out just a little bit. There we go. And I'm just going to put all the pork on a sheet pan. It's a little bit wet from the freezer. Mixed bag of tricks. And the only other thing, I think this was actually from you, Cookie. You requested the brisket bolognese, didn't you? So I had that liter still kicking in the freezer. I was like, yo, I need to add that to the mix. Yeah, we did brisket, bolo, and gnocchi, right? And the gnocchi didn't fall apart that time. Okay, let's start with this one. Little piece of pork shoulder. I was like, that's perfect for grind. And I typically get pork shoulder for grinding meat because it has a nice mix of protein and fat in it. How's this stuff doing? Think about giving it a little stir. Oh yeah, she's gonna take a bit. You thought about getting some ducks. Should turn that over. But you felt bad about having them in a coop all day because you can't let them free range because of all the hawks, foxes, and coyotes around here. I think when you have that type of environment, Titan, I think they actually like being in the coop. I mean, as long as they can see out a bit, but I think they'd rather feel safer and be happier that way than like being worried about being in the coop all day. That's just me though. Like all of our duckies look so happy. Look at that piece of pork. Okay, so we're going for like 1-inch cubes with all of this. And then as we're cutting everything up, just look for any sort of silver skin or anything that looks like we might have to trim off. But I think we're good with all of this. And yeah, our little duck squad is just like a little misfit crew. It's like ducks and chickens in the same coop. And then she has like some chickens from the elementary schools that they got rid of when they got too big, as well as some of the ducks. Just a cute little crew. Next up, this is actually a trim of a brisket flat. More brisket. Trim that up, and that can go in. I'm actually gonna take that fat off. We don't need any more fat in the mix. We really don't, so kind of the same way that we would skin a fish. Just come in there. At least get like some of that off. That worked really well. So you can see how like soft and rubbery it is. That's not a good fat to grind into the meat. Beautiful. Okay, next one. How about this one? Little piece of pork belly. You've been chased by a goose. Yo, do not mess around with the Canadian geese. So Williams, you once heard that some farmers keep geese with the ducks to protect them from the predators, even though geese have no tools with which to battle them. Their raw aggression and anger is enough. Yo, I believe it. I've also been chased by a goose before. Terrifying. Okay, yay. We're getting some brown bits on the bottom here, finally. Oh, that's gonna be good. It's actually a pretty meaty pork belly. Your goose, it had amnesia. It thought it was a goat. I love that cookie. And some animals are just so cute. Actually, I like all animals, so all animals are so cute. Not every day that I grind pork belly, but I'm into it. Samus says use it up. Let's use it up. It's gonna be very flavorful, that's for sure. And I think that is a good amount of pork to grind into the mix. Because just judging by that amount of brisket already in the pot, and we have 2 more bags of that to go. Yeah, I think that's perfect. Plus the 1 liter already done up. We're laughing, guys. Ha ha ha. Okay, just doing a quick little wash up. And I'm gonna actually put that pork into the fridge for now. Super long. 4.5, that's not that bad. Sometimes Fridays I go a bit longer because yeah, we're prepping for tomorrow. And welcome in, Trev, it's good to see you. You guys even had a pair of emus, Titan, I love that. Yeah, we had so much fun at the emu farm here. Palooza, your friend's family ran a fish farm, had a pair of emus running around to scare off other birds and potential predators. Emus are crazy. Really like them though, such an interesting creature. It's the only, so this is what we were told when we visited, guys, was it's the only breed of animal that's not been genetically altered. Is that correct? I was actually shocked when she told us that. Okay, other stuff we're going to need in here. So about 1 liter of a low sodium meat broth. So I think I'm gonna do our chicken one again because I have that. And then while our meat's cooking, we'll get out our carrots, onions, start chopping those up. We need a little bit of tomato paste, red wine, some bay leaves. Got chased by some swans that used to live on the lake outside your log cabin. Didn't know they had babies. Rook. I'm sorry. This is actually looking really good. I think we're good with this. It's fully cooked. I actually don't know if we're gonna get any browning action happening. I think I'm actually just gonna lift and pour. I'm going for it. That was a good choice. Just need to wipe the bottom or the side before it goes down to the bottom. Okay, next bag. Next bag of beef. What did that take us? About 10 minutes? And now that the pot is already hot, it actually should start to cook quicker. The smell of the beef caramelizing on the bottom of the pot. So good. Next round in. Okay, carrot and onion time. I don't usually put celery in my bolognese, but if you wanted to do mirepoix, you could. Prepping something to simmer overnight. Not necessarily overnight, Trev, but we are prepping our ragu bolognese for our lasagna filling tomorrow. And it's got to simmer for like 3 to 4 hours, so I don't want to be stressing about it tomorrow. I want it ready to go so we can just make our noodles, make our herbed ricotta up for it, and then layer all of our stuff. Definitely an important one to think about ahead of time. I'm also gonna have a bite of lunch again. Hey, 1 onion. I had some leftover pieces in the fridge. I use those up too. So probably 2 onions for this amount that we're making. It is a quite large amount. I would say by the end of it, we're gonna have enough ragu bolognese for at least like 12 portions of lasagna. Lasagna for the people. And I think that carrots are very important in meat sauce. It just adds like nice kind of sweetness. So I'm gonna do 4 medium carrots. And then once again, guys, we're not gonna wash them up. I'll just give them a little scrub. Swans are mean. Did we already finish the curry we did, Dragon? We did. If you wanna take a peek at it. Half eaten, somewhat. Super good though. Super, super good. Like we did everything from scratch, and then we rubbed the sable fish or the black cod, whatever you want to call it, with the curry paste and cooked it with that on top. Unreal. And then yeah, charring up the eggplant and the cabbage over charcoal outside adds such a nice depth of flavor. Yeah, I just wanted to show you guys everything that's going in the pot for the bolognese and kind of what I'm doing with it to get ahead for tomorrow. Beautiful. I'm gonna give this stuff a stir. Okay, so whenever we're making pasta sauces or meat sauces, we always want to be cutting our vegetables nice fine dice so they can get distributed evenly throughout the sauce. Any tips on using store-bought curry paste? Your mom got you some, and you're the only person who likes curry. Every time you've tried to use it for rice or anything, it ends up odd. So the recipe that we use today, Dragon, she gives you some ingredients to like kick up your store-bought curry paste just a little bit. It's really basic ingredients, but I think it's really important because like you said, it's like you use the stuff from the store and it just like doesn't taste quite right. So take a look at this one. It'll be your first link there, excuse me. This is from Recipe Tin Eats. And then we just took it a step further today because we didn't have any store-bought. We made her fresh green curry paste recipe, and man, it is good. Okay, let's go in for our nice fine dice on our veggies. Some more knife skills, guys. Get off of there, onion skin. And so because we're cutting this stuff nice fine dice, and then it's gonna simmer for a few hours, my carrot's running. It should basically just like melt into the sauce. And then the carrots just kind of add a nice color too. Oh, the onions are trying to make me cry. No. That's a funny onion. I'm gonna cut it in half. Find the store-bought curries, as convenient as they are, the taste is always off a bit because they put in so much non-essential stuff. I feel you, man. Also, they're like trying to preserve the flavor. So yeah, there are some like chemicals and stuff in there probably that could make it taste a bit off. Yeah, it'll just never taste as good as the fresh stuff. But like I said, in that recipe that we have linked, she does guide you as to what to add to the store-bought stuff to make it pretty traditional tasting. Cutting blind right now, guys. The tears have filled my eyes. Gonna give that meat a stir again. Oh yeah, she's getting there. I had an argument in intro foods in university about processed foods and if preservatives may or may not adjust the flavors of ingredients. It was a heated topic. I believe it, man. Okay, last onion. Hopefully I'll stop crying. I'm not crying, you're crying. Like there's literal tears falling from my eyes right now. You guys should see this. Go. Is your bolognese seasoned with tears? No, but mine is. Okay, I'll be right back and take care of this situation. Have fun watching the bolo. Okay, we're back. We're watching. Thank you, man. Okay, I'm just gonna put the carrots and onion in a bowl. You just keep wanting to run away, those carrots. Just falling. Yeah, here's a quick tip to avoid crying when chopping onions. There is no tip. Thank you, man. Thank you, Swilliams. Unless you are like my mentor, one of my first ever chefs. Shout out to Edgar. He was the only chef that like put the saran wrap over his eyes to cut onions with me. And man, we would have a blast together. He's like, it really works. Also the same chef that would have chicken processing races with me. Just use a slap chop or that, Rook, yeah. Oh yeah. Sizzle sounds. Just starting to brown on the bottom. So I'm gonna go for the pour again, and then we're into our last bag. How are these handles? Not too hot yet, actually. That's a lot of meat already. That's a lot of meat already, guys. But 3 pans of lasagna can be deceiving. Gotta go quick. That is a hot pot. Yeah. I'm gonna say I'll probably be transferring this to our 20-liter stock pot by the end. Just to have it like comfortably simmering on the stovetop. Hi Scrump, how are you? Okay, let's do this view again. Oh, that's so true, Williams. That's something I never thought about. So yeah, the handles cooking on an electric stovetop, they don't get rocking hot the same way that they do if you're cooking with gas. Because the flames just like keep going up around the pot or pan, right? Good point, man. Yeah, but all of the downsides, unless you're like us and you use cast iron, because I have no bad things to say about this stovetop. It cooks so nice and evenly. And yeah, I love using my cast irons on it. It really does hold the heat. Yeah, are you putting any meat in the tomato sauce, Rook? Maybe a little bit. Just a touch, right? And that's the thing, Rook. So a bolognese, something that people don't actually realize, it has a very small amount of tomatoes in it compared to your other like traditional pasta sauces, I guess we'll say. But bolognese, the mistake that a lot of people make, it doesn't have a lot of tomatoes in it. Just kind of brought together with a tomato paste. And then, yeah, it has some other interesting ingredients like cream and milk. Like, what? Actually gonna cut that one into thirds, I think. That's good, Scrump. Yeah, we're all good here too. Sammy's just passed out on the couch. He looks very peaceful. He slept through lunch, but that's okay. He was actually up before me, which I was shocked today. It's like, whoa. Considering he said he was gonna sleep in. That didn't happen.
Sorry.
Not you, Siri. You should be sorry. Siri, you didn't set the alarm for Sam yesterday. Sorry. You turned her off? She's really handy though if we're at work, like our day job, when we're always really messy and don't really want to touch our phone. So that's why I don't have her turned off. It's like, Siri, what's this? She's pretty helpful. Okay, there's all of our carrot spears. It's time to turn them into little dices next. Giving this a stir. Put some garlic on his face? What? Why would I do that to Salmon? Bixby is the name for Samsung? Bixby. What? That's actually more fun sounding. Okay, guys, we're just gonna keep chopping. This is where we're at in life. Yeah, Manitoban. When the sous chef falls asleep. Dang it. Man, go wake up the sous chef again. Oh, man. Guys, we were talking too loud. He's up. She smells the brisket cooking. Sue Sammy. No, you cannot take my carrot sticks, Trev. No. Okay, last little bit. And we can add the onion and carrot together. That is okay. It's alive. It emerges from the darkness. Oh yeah, report on the bear, guys, has not visited yet. We still have all of our grapes.
Did he come during lunchtime?
No, that would have been cute though. I really hope he comes by during stream. Okay, there we go. This not gonna be very tasty. It's just cooked brisket. Still pretty tasty though, even without like salt or anything in there.
That's really good.
All of your curry stuff is just on the side whenever you're ready. I think he's ready now, guys. Okay. When your daughter was there, you were buying carrots and ranch every week. That kid loved her carrot sticks. Well, that's good. Carrots are really good for your eyes, too. Anyone with, like, eye problems, the carotene is very good. Yeah, the bear eats the rooster. Nah, rooster would never have that. Okay, other things I'm going to get together while we're waiting for our meat to keep cooking. So I'll grab out our 1 liter of chicken broth. That's there. We have our carrot and onion, finely minced. 1 little can of tomato paste. And I actually think I'm going to use up this one too. Careful when you're eating the fish, my dear, because I didn't get all of the bones out just yet. What? Hi, Taz. Can we get a shout out for Taz, guys? Okay, we got the tomato paste and the tomato sauce. So I'm going to open up both of those, and I'm going to use both like full cans of that. How's the day going, Taz? How is your streaming for charity going? It looks like you and Hot Dish are like crushing it. I love all of your updates on Twitter. Hot Dish is disgusting at charity. That's one way to speak about your wife. You're doing great for your channel. That's good, man. Yeah, she is crushing it. I saw she just raised the goal to like 10,000. Find this odd. Yeah, it does feel odd, doesn't it, Manitoban? That there's such a small amount of tomatoes going into the sauce. But like I said, bolognese, a lot of people mistake for like a tomatoey meat sauce. It's not. It's mostly meat with a scant amount of tomatoes. So I don't know why Matt left so early, because he would be loving this right now. How far ahead do I plan my streams? Yeah, just a week ahead. So I usually, on Sundays, I kind of think about what I want to make on Saturday for our like food for friends crew, for our takeout food. And I post that menu for everyone on Monday so they can get their orders in. And then usually like Monday night, once I have that menu posted for Saturday, then I'll think about my other 2 days. And lately I've been sticking to like seafood on Fridays. I've been really enjoying that. And yeah, I try and schedule, like, because I know that some streams are longer. If you know that going into it, don't burn yourself out and like keep all of your streams long. Like typically Sundays I go a little bit shorter for the end of the week, and that way you have a bit more time to yourself. That's kind of how I plan my streams. And I always try and do like new things as well. Although this green curry today, that is not a new thing. That's just in the arsenal because it is so good. Okay, that meat is actually looking like it's done. So because we don't have the pork ground just yet, let's work into that. So I'll pour out the brisket. Just take that pot off of the hot burner for now. It should keep its heat pretty well while we quickly grind up the pork, and then we'll do that and then probably say goodbye. So Luna Terra, thank you for the follow. Oh, how did the catered event go? It went so good, Scrump. Yeah, all good feedback. There was a ton of leftovers, they said, which was awesome. I think they froze some of it. And then we also like dropped some business cards there too to hopefully get some more people into food for friends. But yeah, it went really, really good. So thank you for asking. Thanks for remembering that. Oh no, Taz. Yeah, I just made the biggest mistake ever. Not using his recipe. I forgot, man. I forgot that we talked about that the other day. Can you still, are you able to post it in our Discord in the recipe section? I need to take a look at it. How is your curry, Sam? It's hitting the spot. Good. Yeah, my recipe will cost you 3,000 Canadian. Oh, man. Yeah, that's what, like 10 bucks American? Baloozer. Yeah, curry and bolognese. Ah. Thanks, man. Thanks for sharing that. Okay, let's come back over here. Do the quick grind up. Oh, goodness, I'm sorry. That came off a lot easier than anticipated. Smash. Kate, smash. You had red wine, so you could also make it, but you're drinking the wine instead. Hey, tough choices all around, really. Okay, we got our frozen meat grinder pieces. They should be frosty to the point where you can't really hold on to them. Let's build her up. Oh, that's the best way to do it. That's what I do sometimes. Just grab like a tiny glass so that it makes the bottle last longer. It's on day 3. Good job, dude. Yeah, this recipe has that as well, Scrump. Oh, that curry did not last long.
Yum.
That is great to hear.
That was really good.
Yeah, this sable fish was really good with it, hey?
I didn't hear a thing.
Sam didn't hear a thing. He was
Gone
gone.
in the world.
That yum is you anytime you make curry. Okay, nice and tight. And then we flip it. Let's go out a little bit for you guys. Taz, we were talking earlier. Any conversation with curry in it involves you, just so you know. So someone came in stream earlier when we were just getting into the curry. And they're like, what if you make a pizza and every single slice of the pizza is a different style of curry? So you get like a rainbow curry pizza. I was like, that's madness, and I need to tell Taz. Yeah, OMG is right. Oh. Is it too much? You're gonna have too much meat? I don't think so. Leftover bolo is always good too. Oh man, Taz. Yeah, cheese pizza and a Taz kind of co-stream. Yeah, when's it happening? I actually haven't seen Cheese all day, dude. I don't know where he's at. Oh, is he streaming? Yeah, I haven't seen him all day. I don't know where he could be. Yeah, he went live not long ago. I'm running out of bowls, so I gotta prep this little pan here. It's a bit oxidized though, so I'm gonna line it with just some plastic. Running out of bowls, you know it's been a good day. Okay, so I'm gonna turn this on to medium speed and we're gonna start grinding up our pork cubes. We got belly, shoulder. Heck, we even got a little bit more beef brisket in there. A little test run. No parts are grinding per se. There's no bad metal sounds. Let's get into it. My kitchen is to die for? Aw, thanks, Grump. Definitely a very workable space, and that's just something that we've made work over time. Curry pizza, no one else would eat it? How come? I would eat curry pizza. Yeah, I'm sorry to any vegans or vegetarians that are possibly watching this stream. Fresh ground meat, so we know what's in it. Next time I go to the grocery store, I'm gonna go to the butcher and ask him, yo, what kind of meat is in this ground beef? I can't wait for like the puzzled look on his face. He's gonna be like, what are you talking about, lady? Yo, what cut is this ground beef from? What? I dare you guys. Do it. But it's not that guy's fault though. It's the meat packers, I think. Okay, we're getting near the end. Yeah, it is from the cow. Last little bits out. We're good. Okay, time to break it all down. One more quick little hand wash. Yeah, all of these questions, Manitoban, that we can't even ask anyone at the store because they literally don't know. Okay, safety first. Unplugger. This is why you pay a bit more at the butcher. Yep. 100% X-ray. Pays to know where, especially your meat is from. I would say the same for veggies too, though, right? It just pays to know where your food is coming from. 70-30? That looks about right, Scrump, as far as fat versus protein is going in our grind. That looks accurate. Maybe 60-40. There is some pork belly in there. Okay. I just turned on our Dutch oven again onto a medium-high heat. So it can start to heat up. And we'll pour all of our pork in. Start browning that. And then after the pork, we saute our veggies, deglaze with our red wine, and then marry everything up. Yes. Okay, so one thing that the blade does, as you can see, this is the blade in the grinder, is it kind of cleans up anything going through your grind. So it really, like, just catches any sinewy bits that we might have missed that we really don't want to go through into the meat. Like, especially these white ones. So it does a really good job of, like, giving you a nice, clean grind. So yeah, never be worried about that little bit of stuff. I always just chalk that up as a little bit of loss. clean out anything that might be around that part. And then other than that, we want to get this stuff soaking in lukewarm water. I would spray a little bit of disinfectant in there too if you want. And that way this will be easy to clean afterwards. But I cannot stress enough, lukewarm water, guys. You think you would want hot, but no, that would actually just cook the meat onto the grinder and then you have a bigger problem. Much larger problem on your hands. Oh yeah, that is a hot pot. Ready for the drop, guys? Don't want any plastic in there, so hold on to that. The drop. Yours goes into the dishwasher? Yeah, I never put that grinder into the dishwasher. I don't think it's supposed to go in anyways. Yeah, the sinew, that's the word. The sinew, the silver, whatever you want to call it, right? Okay, friends. I think this is where I'm going to leave you. We got a pretty good idea of what's going on with this sauce, and it's just going to take time now, more than anything, to develop those layers of flavor. Other than that, we got everything else ready to go. Yours is designed for dishwasher cleaning. That's like super handy though, right? You can't really bash that. But yeah, I always do mine by hand. Okay guys, who are we gonna go raid? It's been a long one. Who do we have on? Do we have any suggestions? I didn't get the dough ready cookie because she's just not quite ready yet. She's growing, but it's a slow one today. So my Goldilocks, my starter, is not quite ready to mix up for the dough. But you have seen that recipe be made on stream before. Yeah, she'll get a little bit more flavor. We can't rush Goldilocks. This is a pork and beef mix. Mostly brisket, a little bit of pork shoulder, and belly ground in. I think, okay, what is eggplant rollatini? That's what LA is making. That sounds good. We did eggplant stuff today. Should we go visit LA? Or, actually, we're gonna go see B-Bubs, guys. We're gonna do a little B-Bubs raid. He's doing a tier 3 redemption for a viewer. And he needs a little bit of love. Or are you thinking cheese? What's cheese doing? Yeah, that's true. Okay. One of the rare times that we can actually raid cheese, because he always raids us. That's fair, Cookie. That was a great point. We never get to pay back the raid. Okay, I'm hitting that button. Get that cheese, not cheese. Okay. Thank you guys for the wonderful stream today. Yeah, I'm gonna keep cooking tonight. Heck, we're still going here. Behind the scenes. I will post a photo in Discord once I have the bolo all set up in the pot for you guys. How about that? Other than that, stay safe, guys. Stay healthy. Yeah, IG Live, Sammy says. I will see you guys tomorrow, and thank you all so much for all of the gift subs today, all the new followers, welcome in, and all of the biddies. Thanks, guys. Okay, yeah, take care of yourselves, and we'll be back same time tomorrow, 11 a.m. Pacific. Lasagna, Caesar salad, ciabatta bread, lemon lime bars. That's on the menu. Okay. Bye. Let's go visit cheese.